Alright, what's up everyone? Happy Saturday. Happy 4th of March, I believe it is. Yes, we're going to continue the Ace Attorney Trilogy. We're on the... what's it called? The bakery turnabout? The recipe for... oh, turnabout, excuse me. Alright, where did I leave off? I think it's... save file 6. I'm saving that one specifically because these files right here, I'm going for a trophy, and that will help me get a trophy in case I mess up. I believe it will be save file 6. Alright. Let's continue. Recipe for the turnabout. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Maggie. So, what do you think is going to happen today, sir? Yesterday's session didn't go well and ended it on a giant mystery. That is true. And we still haven't solved a single part of it yet. By the way, I like this little atmosphere music. Are you okay, Nick? Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. I saw that little flash of doubt in your eye. No, that wasn't doubt. That was, the determination, I swear. Why don't I believe you? It's nearly time, Maggie. You better get going to the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you. Hey, pal. Hey, Gumshoe. Quit stressing Maggie out. She didn't need that. How did you know she was stressed? I was watching through the doorway. Oh, yeah, this music is really good. I gotta make sure I check out the soundtrack for this song. This is really good. You look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Here, maybe this will help. Huh? Have you taken up another aerotherapy too? Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me that you don't remember this thing. Come to think of it, that does look like one of those aerotherapy bottles. This is a small bottle, the bottle that turned up in the Charles Bien's kitchen a couple days ago. Skip this part. I remember this. We finally got the analysis results back from the lab. So, what is it? Is it the poison? I'm afraid not, pal. It's medication. Medication? Yeah, for ears. Topical use only, apparently. For ears, you mean... Yeah, it's the medication Gleg Egg was using for his ruptured eardrum. What was Gleg Egg's ear medicine doing in the kitchen? About the unidentified fingerprints. Anything on that? Someone screwed up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Another hour, and they might get something on the prints, but that's gonna be weakening its impact as evidence. Okay, pal, this is it. Make sure your defense is on pregnant mode today. Got it? Today's trial. I'm gonna expose that guy for what he's done. Or my name isn't Phoenix Wright. Oh boy. I'm just gonna skip the intro. Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor. Very good. Then we'll get underway at once. Yesterday we heard the testimony of Victor Kudu. He claimed to have witnessed the defendant putting the powder into the victim's coffee. However, the witness testimony was plagued with a number of problems. The mark on the rim of the cup shows that the victim drank from his right hand, but according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left hand. Thank you, Mr. Godot. Furthermore, according to the witness account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet, the victim's left ear was ruptured, which made him ineffectively deaf in that ear. It's amazing how many contradictions a single case can have, huh, Nick? Ha! Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world, you see, keeps turning, and we must turn with it. You lost me already, Mr. Godot. Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. I'm gonna be right back, guys. I gotta go to the bathroom. Alright, sorry about that. I had to go to the bathroom. Alright. Only losers think like that. You gotta change with the times. That's one of my rules. Are you implying that you resolved those contradictions? You know the answers to these riddles. The old guy wasn't just throwing season here. He was throwing us some sense. And today I'll prove it. Very well. Let the first witness take the stand. All right. Oh, this guy. And you are... Oh, bonjour, everyone. I am John Armstrong, the owner and head chef at Tribulations restaurant. Enchanted. Oh boy. Forgive me for asking, witness, but are you a woman? Really, Judge? Oh la la, monsieur. As you can see, I am a brick and perky gentleman, no? On the day of the incident, you were in Tribulations' kitchen. Isn't that right? With your monsieur. I have to click that. I'm so stupid. Everything feels right. Ha! Wow, he's totally on face. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy? Very well, your testimony, please, witness. Please tell the court what happened the day of that trust pin. Oui, volunteers. When it all happened here, we were just two customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with some new arts deco says like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. Oui, perhaps that is what that old man was looking at. Look up the earpiece and the glasses. He would have seen everything in reverse, no? Mirror? Oui, a grand mirror, the most enormous mirror. And suddenly, the mystery disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it. That would explain the coffee and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have been everything appeared back to the front. What the heck? It's way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine. We're gonna press him on every single statement. And who were the two customers exactly? Must, of course, the young man who died. And the other, not so young man. You're referring to yesterday's witness, I presume. What about the other man Maggie says she saw at the table? Something tells me Mr. Armstrong isn't planning to disclose his existence. We need some hard evidence first before we can bring him up, don't we? I guess I'll just have to try a different approach for the time being. Yeah, I'm gonna press everything. You were experimenting with the Art Deco. How come I never heard of that before? You are not familiar with the language of interior design, monsieur? Please stay on topic. Now, why didn't you tell the court about this before? But I did, just a few moments ago. Excuse me, Mr. Armstrong. This deco you mentioned, are you referring to some sort of decorature? No, Art Deco. It is a style design, Your Honor. He's talking about interior designs, walls, ceilings, carpets, that kind of thing. Ah, yes, of course. That deco. I was trying to achieve a more effeminate look for my restaurant. I was planning the most bold remodeling of the decor. How big of a mirror are we talking about here? Boof, something about 4 meters wide and we about 2 meters high. Let's see, if 1 meter is about 1 yard. Holy glass in the frame, that's huge. I was intending to install it on the ceiling eventually. The ceiling? Was there a mirror on the ceiling? I don't remember. Must known, but I decided not to go through the end. What should I do? Should I ask him more about the... I don't know. He couldn't lie about such a huge thing like that. It must have been there in somewhere. So the witness yesterday seen the mirror reflected in the mirror. Okay, I read this. Normally I expect people to know the difference between a reflection and a real object. Normally? How does normally come into this? That's lame, tripe, even for you. Huh? Are you trying to say that if something isn't normal, it is impossible? Is that it? Where does that leave the porky-headed lawyer and the top-knot chick over here? And the ungodly cook guy with the mask over there? Well, tripe? Not the hair. I do have that top-notch. Mr. Godard is correct. A lack of normality is no basis for discounting any argument. Bien, logic as one la day. It's kind of hard to believe everything's a fall of a mirror, but do you think OCD saw everything through a reflection? If he did, it would explain a lot of the contradictions in the testimony. But that just makes the situation worse for Maggie. There's gotta be something in that old man's testimony we just gotta dig deeper. Okay, let's do this again. Yeah, I read this one already. I'm skipping the dialogue because I already read this one. Yeah, he's asking about the decoration. I think I should reload this because I think I messed up on the dialogue. I'm gonna reload it again. Let's say 6. Alright, so I'm gonna skip some dialogue since I already read it. Okay, I'm just gonna skip this again. Flashback. Alright, let's get back into the court. Alright, let's bring in our first witness. Yeah, I messed up on something. I just want to reload this. Okay. Alright. I'm just trying to get to the testimony again. Sorry about that. Okay, so we already read all this already. And now we have to press it. And then when it's asking me to press harder, that's where I should start my new thing now. Alright. Okay. read this part already. With the new Art Deco. We read this part already. And now it's gonna ask us, or do you want to press hard or leave it be? Oh no, it wasn't. It was this one. Excuse me. Let's press harder. Okay, now we can finally. If you really had such a large mirror in the restaurant, someone must have noticed it. But there's nothing about a mirror in Mr. Kudo or Maggie's Bird's testimony. But you didn't ask, Trite. You have only yourself to blame for such a sloppy work. What? A mirror was delivered to Charles Ben the day before the incident. Really? As Mr. Armstrong testified, he was carrying out some design changes, and as it turned out, he didn't actually use the mirror in the end. This just doesn't add up. Even if a mirror was delivered to Charles Ben, it doesn't prove that it was in the restaurant on the day of the crime. Ha! If you want to doubt someone, try it. Look into the mirror. I'm sure the person looking back at you will be dubious enough. So the witness yesterday has seen the victims reflected in the mirror. Normally I expect people to know the difference between a reflection and a real object. Objection. Normally. Oh, we read this one. We read this part, so I'm skipping the dialogue. You know, laundry is one today. We read that one. Everything. He would have seen everything in reverse. Hey Nick, we should take a sec and think about what OCD said in the testimony. How did he phrase it again? If he saw everything described reflected in the mirror, then everything he said he saw on the left was actually on the right, huh? And that clears up all the problems with the testimony, I guess. Or does it? Huh. It's kind of hard to believe everything's the fault of a mirror, but do you think OCD saw everything through a reflection? If he did, it would explain all the contradictions in his testimony. But that just makes the situation worse for Maggie. There's got to be something in that old man's testimony. We just got to dig deeper. We read this though. And who were those two customers exactly? Moss, of course, the young man who died, and the other not-so-young man. We read this. You were referring to yesterday's witness, I presume. Yeah, I read this already. I read this. I'll skip this. Wait, I did this one right. I'm just pressing every statement, but I don't need to do this no more. Okay, I'm skipping the dialogue. Yeah, we read this already. Okay, let's go back to the dialogue. Okay, now let's look at our evidence. The witness statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. I'm sorry, but I can see nothing faulty. Unfortunately, I will have to penalize you, Mr. Wright. What are you talking about? I must be on the wrong track. the coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think back over Mr. Kudo's testimony for a second, shall we? I'm skipping the flashback. So, to summarize, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, if Mr. Kudo saw all that as a reflection in the mirror, it means both the HMD and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side. Exactement! You see, Monsieur, now that you think about it, it is not so hard now. Unfortunately, that's where we run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in the mirror, why is it that the HMD is now on the wrong side of his head? Mr. Wright is correct. If the witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in the mirror, then we would expect the victim's eyepiece to be on his right eye. How bitter. Trite, you should have tasted this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time. Are we talking about your coffee? Or something completely different? You don't understand the way the witness thinks. How he thinks? You remember this, I presume. The I broke the vase, sorry, apology letter? Yeah, I mean, his testimony. Exactly. The old man has one very grievous habit, other than just throwing seeds. The more of an impression something makes, the more muddled his mind makes it. And what's the most striking thing about Mr. Egg? Clearly it's the victim's eyepiece. And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. Egg's HMD makes a big impression on the old man. I saw that earpiece, and those newfangled spectacles he was wearing. Yes, he did say. Oh yes, they were both on his left ear. Do you hear? His left ear. Ha! Well, Trite? That's the worst but best impression of Mr. Kudo ever. Wow. I really thought he was all OCD for a minute there. God, that's good. Enough. I must agree with yesterday's witness that irresponsibly rationed much of the testimony. Bad luck, Nick. Looks like the boil of contradiction you found is just rash. A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. So, what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Miss Armstrong. Go on, tell the court. We're all ears. I can't explain. Please, if you will look at the plans of the restaurant. We're doing another testimony? This should be fun. Alors, is everyone sitting comfortably? The mirror, it was the middle of the restaurant, dividing the two halves. There is only one seat from which you see an image of the victim. That it was a seat with table with the victim. That was the old man was sitting. After the terrible incident occurred, I moved the mirror so it was not in the way. But naturally, I did not touch anything else. I see no problems with the explanation that we just heard. From the table next to the victim in the mirror. What a naughty little conquet I am, confusing all these men like this. Don't worry about it. We could keep up, except for the guy breaking out a cold sweat over there again. Ugh, I hate that guy. You say you didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that? Volunteers, of course! Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine if you please. We're gonna press on every single statement. Alright, we read this already, so I'll just press everything. Oh, really. Because I know if I were you, I wouldn't have put in a mirror there. It would be in the way. Look who's talking, Trite. Huh? You're obstructing my view, among other things. But this is my seat in the courtroom. Trilogy's charm is that you give it the impression of that you're the only customer. Temporarily placing leave Armstrong alone. He is a petite and delicate flower. He is! How are you, Achievement Slayer? Placing the mirror in the spot that would hardly be in the way. Unlike you, Trite. I tell you, monsieur, the mirror was there, and the middle of the restaurant. I gotta remember how he says, every time there's a Z, he replaces it as like he, or with an H. The Nintendo Wii. Yes, exactly. Armstrong is gold. And where would that be? Yeah, man, happy Saturday. Ooh la la, how you would lean towards me. I always attract the younger boys. Maybe I should keep you in my suspense a little longer. My French answer is horrible. Mr. Armstrong, tell the court what you know at once. I attract the older ones too, you know, and shall I tease you too? Oh my. I'm already seeing a very hot someone, so I'm afraid you'll be waiting for a long time. I bet she has a mocha cream skin and cappuccino perfume. Bien, I would tell you, there was only one seat for which you were seen. Some sparkling water and gin? Okay. So why can you only see the victim from the particular seat? Moi, monsieur, it is obvious, no? If you look at the plans, you will understand. The victim would have been reflected in the mirror, like so. If you were sitting at the table next to him, you would see everything, no? So that's the seat OCD was sitting on that day. When the poisoning happened, the old man was sitting at the table next to the victim. Why does that seem kind of odd? Did you move the mirror while Mr. Kudo was off calling the police? Oui, exactamente. I carried it out the restaurant then. You move a huge mirror like that all by yourself. What can I say? I know how to pick things up. Handsome. Carlos actually laughed at something. Well, given the witness physique, I suppose it is possible. Did you move anything else from the crime scene, Mr. Armstrong? I look the obligated type, no? The way he shit, I know, right? It's so good. Are you sure about that? I touched nothing else except the mirror. Mr. Wright, is there something the witness has said that doesn't match the crime scene? Yeah, there is. I just can't put my finger on it exactly. Ha, suffering from a case of the heartburn, right? Oh, I have these things for that. An oil with golden myrrh and frankincense. Add a few drops to your coffee and voila. Enjoy. Focus, Venus. Breathe. I need to ignore those two and just find the evidence. It is pretty strange though, isn't it? I mean, nobody mentioned anything about a real large mirror. You'd think someone would have, but Maggie didn't, and neither did the old man. Then the only logical explanation is that there was no mirror inside Trosby that day. Now, I just gotta prove it somehow. I'm just pressing him on every statement, because I just want to hear it. His reactions. So, run this by me again. The mirror was here, correct? Wait, I think I read this. I read this one already. Okay. I can skip this. I read this already. Yeah, I'm gonna skip that. I read this already. Okay, let's look at our evidence. The witness statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. I'm sorry, but I can see nothing faulty. Oh, did I mess up here? Unfortunately, I will have to oh, I fucked up. Oh no. What did I mess up on? There is only one seat where you can see the image of the victim. Oh, sorry, wrong statement. It was this statement. Now, that should have been it. My mistake. This piece of evidence contradicts with the testimony we have heard, Your Honor. The crime photo. Yes, this photo clearly shows something that should not exist. What on earth? I just thought about it. Okay. I know what it is. Should not exist, huh? Sounds like you're describing yourself, Trite. Dang, it's so harsh. Not then. I mean, now then, the defense would have please clarify his statement. What is the something that should not exist in this photo? Should be this right here, because he said he already broke it. I think obvious that this is what should not be in the picture. The vase. What possible connection does that have with the witness testimony? Your Honor, I'm telling you that there should have been no vase in this table. Because it very clearly contradicts the piece of evidence. I'm looking for the testimony. Yeah, there it goes. There is only one thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke that vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court could see, there's an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not, in fact, sitting at the table next to the victim at all. Don't be an idiot, Trite. That's impossible. One sec, I think I heard a noise. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. Alright, that's impossible. That seat is the only one that Kudo could have been seeing the victim's reflection from. Exactly. There is only one conclusion we could draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror in Tribulations that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie. Mon Dieu! Don't try to confuse the court, Trite. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase, while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene. Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary in his own words. I did not touch anything else except for the mirror. He's just chugging it down. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? I was right, there was no mirror in the restaurant that day. In light of the revelations, we return back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in the ear which he couldn't hear? You only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. If you want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, Trite, then this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw? If I could answer this, then I'll be much closer to the truth. I can feel it. Are you gonna be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? There's more than just one contradiction, Maya. What do you mean? Remember what Maggie told us? There was another man at the victim's table. And there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies into the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. And I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up. Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer. Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all the contradictions in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. Mr. Kudo made a mistake, the ear doctor made a mistake, the victim was a phony. Let's go with that. This case is riddled with contradictions, yet there is one very simple answer that clears them all up. And what is that? The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident that the victim experienced were two completely different events. What? Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenn L. It was an imposter, a phony pretending to be Mr. L. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake. Settle down or clear the courtroom. Quiet, Gramps. Why don't you clear out of here, huh? Oh God, exactly? What? Tripe, are you saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup? Yes. Someone pretended to be Glenn L. and acted as the whole coffee poisoning. All for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one, Mr. Victor Kudo, excuse me. Get real, Tripe. Why would anyone want to do that? Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about was the testimony was the eyepiece, right? I'm skipping the flashback. It's just so hard to believe, but there was one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning. The girl from behind. To show Miss Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning. Are you insinuating that the waitress in the old man's story was fake as well? It's true that there was no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but it's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening. That's right. Well, witness, if your restaurant really was in the scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct? Oh la la, this is most difficult for me. No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You are under oath after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Tribulations that day? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tells the whole truth about what happened. It's accepted. You will accurately explain in detail the events in the restaurant that day. Oui. Alright, another testimony. Once again, I'm just gonna press him on everything. Le victim, Monsieur Egg. He came to my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arrived not long after him. There were no other customers. When he got word of the won lottery, Mon Egg became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. No, there was no time for a phony to do all the acting. Just so we're clear, there was no mirror in the restaurant, after all. Je vois, dame, pardon, forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly. What you have done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. I will decide how to punish you later. Oui. For now, we will hear your cross-examination, Mr. Wright, if you please. He took the perjury charge a bit too well. But I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna press him on everything. Was he alone at the table as well? Almond milk is disgusting. Moi, oui, I saw him from the kitchen. Yet the defendant, Miss Bird, remembers it differently. She swears she saw another man at the victim's table. Ha! Unfortunately for you, Tripe. Yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone. You know, seeing you squirm like that reminds me of a certain coffee's bittersweet spite. What kind of coffee has he been drinking? It's not coffee, it's love. It's love that's bittersweet. Hearing Maya say that make her seem wise at all. I can't read. All of a sudden, sorry, I can't read right. By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct? Oui, he comes often for my special coffee. I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I'll give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience. Oh, you make me so happy, Monsieur. You are most welcome anytime. I said it was worth one sip, and nothing more. So, old Mr. Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. Maybe I should ask about his arrival in more details. So you're saying not much time elapsed between when the victim and Mr. Kudo arrived? Oui, that is correct. But that still leaves the possibility that something happened in that gap of time. And by your recollection, how many times would you say elapsed? Let me see, approximately 2 minutes I would say. 2 minutes, that's all. It seems unlikely that anything on tours could have happened in such a short time. Right. I knew that I should have pursued this line of questioning. Oh, did I mess up? So your only customers was Mr. Kudo and the victim. How many times do you need to ask the same question, Tripe? You never catch me drinking the same blend twice. Huh? You're trying to establish the presence of a phony victim in the restaurant, but you're wasting your time. You can't grind bird seeds to make coffee, if you catch my drift. But there's a hole in this testimony somewhere, I'm sure of it. Did you see him? No, I was in the kitchen, but I heard him. I remember him shouting, "Yes, $500,000! Presumably the defendant heard that too, correct? Maggie? She looked like a poor little frightened dove. And what about Mr. Kudo? Laome choked on some bird seeds that got stuck in his throat. It seems we now have yet another incident on our hands. And what were you doing at that point? Without any customers, you must have had some time to kill. I am a multi-talented woman, monsieur. Sorry, what do you mean? There is a renowned chef, John Armstrong, and the tragic poet, Clarence Armstrong. Oh, sorry, Clarice. Excuse me, Clarice Armstrong. Clarice? Oui, I was writing a poem, an angry tale of a chef and $500,000 of debt. Cooking for a man who only won $500,000 on the lottery. And it is called Pourquoi. It means why. Perhaps I could recite it for the court. Please don't. Is he gonna do it? Oh, okay, I thought it was. You mean you contacted the police as soon as the incident occurred? I asked that old man to call from the payphone. By your own argument, try. He's a petite fleur. Be gentle, yes, I will. By your own argument, try. The purpose of this phony victim performance was so the old man would see it. In other words, once the incident occurred, this opportunity will completely disappear. Indeed. Bien, it seems like the shadow of the doubt has been lifted. N'est-ce pas? I guess Mr. Armstrong is connected to this case, huh? No, not poetry! Absolutely. Someone was impersonating Mr. L, and I refuse to believe he was obviously. He was there the whole time after all. But if you're right, wouldn't Maggie have noticed too? She fell unconscious when the incident occurred. Remember? You mean that's when the phony stage is at? We'll know for sure once I find a hole in this testimony. Was he alone at his table as well? Moi, oui. I saw him from the kitchen. Yet the defendant, Mr. Bird, remembers it differently. Miss Bird, excuse me. She swears there was another man at the victim's table. Ha! Unfortunately for you, tried. Yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone. You know, seeing you squirm like... Wait, I read this. Yeah, I read this already. Alright, so I actually have to do something now. Okay, I have to go to the part where it says when they gave us the multiple choice. Oh, I think it's this one, this statement. I'm just gonna skip the dialogue since I read this already. Okay, I think this is where they ask us. Okay, so what time was it? Out of curiosity, about what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived? Oh no, I cannot remember, monsieur. I believe we were told by a witness yesterday. The crime reported at 2:25 by a kind of scary old man, sir. Okay. Does that perhaps jog your memory, witness? The incident happened at about 20 minutes after I arrived. So the victim must have arrived between 2 o'clock and 2:10, no? Just after 2, huh? Thank you for your help and jogging my memory, monsieur. You are wonderful. I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? The time of the day will be added to... Okay. Oui, monsieur judge. Everything I do for you. Merci bien. That's French, isn't it? Haha. I'm glad at least one person is in a good mood. He's even humming a song to himself. Oh my god. Right, let me drink something. What do we have at 1:30? I'm afraid I finally got you, Mr. Armstrong. What? What do you mean? At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was the Millionaire Radio. Each week, they announced the winning numbers of $500,000 lottery ticket. Wait, that must be the show Egg was listening to. I can't see any problem with this testimony, Mr. Wright. I wonder. You say the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct? Oui, I'm sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I just finished serving my lunch menu. Get to the point, right? If you have one. That show is broadcast live at 1:30, and it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life. It's on the air at 1:30. Now, supposedly, the victim made some noise when it was announced that he won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy would occur after 2 p.m. Because the show already finished more than 30 minutes earlier at that point. No! This victim has been told has done nothing but the impossible. Listen to the radio with a ruptured eardrum, catching a show that was already over. There's only one conclusion you could draw from these facts. The victim was an imposter, acting out the poison 30 minutes after the real murderer. Yes, there were two Glen Elgs in Tribulations that day. The real Glen Elg, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer, and the phony Glen Elg acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness. It certainly seems that way. I mean, if that wasn't the case, how can you explain the time discrepancies? Quite a performance, Tripe. You were almost on the roll. But sadly, you lack the rock hard foundations of rhythm to build your song. What is this? Music Theory 101? Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's now just after 2 p.m. The phony Elg is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain then where the real Glen Elg is? I don't believe I have to spell this out for the court, however. At that time, the real Glen Elg was already dead. That's certainly the obvious conclusion. Thank you, Trike. That's exactly what I was hoping you'd say. What? Now, I presume you could prove this theory of yours. Can you explain where the missing corpse went to? The missing corpse. According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer there. If that customer was the phony Glen Elg, then where did the killer hide the body of the real victim? Oof. The prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. If your theory is to stand up to the examination of the court, you must provide us with proof of answering the prosecutor's question. Where did the killer hide the body? Yes, Your Honor. No conjecture, Trite. Let's just hear the facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden. Evidence. What's with the intense pressure in here all of a sudden? I thought I had him with that contradiction. But he's turned it all around and back into a corner instead. Well, Mr. Wright, the court would now hear the defense theory and evidence. First, where was the body of the real Mr. L concealed? Let's go inside. It would have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden inside. Trilogy. Interesting. But where could a body have been hidden inside a restaurant? The kitchen. It has to be the kitchen. Perhaps he would care to show the court on these plans. Yes, Your Honor. The exact location where the body will be concealed is... There's no doubt about it. It will be here, in the kitchen. The body was hidden here. I see. Nice supposition. But the real question is, can you back it up? Where's the evidence that proves that the body was hidden in that location? Let's see. That was found in the kitchen. Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle? No. I've never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use the very best bottle, monsieur. The highest quality only for me. Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright? Interesting enough, Your Honor. It was found in the kitchen of Tribulations. Eh? Quoi? Oh, I got a trophy. Hold on. I think this is the one. Yep, I got it. Okay, got it. Learn of Armstrong's fancy foreign words. Nice. But I only use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils. So we exhausted all his dialogues. Good. That was fun to do. But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oils, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication. What kind of medication? I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they? That Mr. L visited a ear clinic and was given medication that day. You can't be serious. The defense had the contents of the bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results here. The contents of the bottle matched the prescriptions that was given to Mr. L. I love how he spits the coffee. Glen L murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen. At which time, this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, Didn't you say you were in the kitchen? What do we? Yes. You know what I'm about to say. It was you who hid the victim's body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Maggie Bird, however. You were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back. No! Order. This is a... Oh my gosh. Witness, did you? Did you murder Mr. Glenn Elk? Never! I could never do such a horrible thing! Dang, he's chugging that shit down. Mr. Godot? The bitterness. Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules. Do you have the slightest idea how many cups you had by now? Then I like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I like to take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, chef. How about a brand new flavor in your ear? My H deficient friend. By the way, I like the reference there. New flavor in your ear. Je vous demande pardon? Please, you must hear me out. It is a trap. Listen to me. Por favor. Yo hablo español, Mr. Armstrong, and por favor is in Spanish. I'm only gonna ask you once. Did you do it? None! Absolutely none! Let's hear it. You got one shot, right, Gramps? Witness, the court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you, as much as my gavel. It is clear. What do they always say in the movies? I got a bad feeling about this. Very well. Begin your final testimony. It is true. I hid the body in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him. I swear it. You must believe me. You were forced by who? I cannot say, or I will be erased. Let's try a different question. Then, when Mr. Elk died, was he really the only person at his table? There was another man. I knew it. Maggie was telling the truth. You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright. There's just one more thing I need to know. I gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the name of the real killer. I guess we don't have to press him on every question no more, since I already got that trophy. Let's end this dance of Ring Around the Rosie, Mr. Armstrong. This is the man that you've been referring to. Who is that? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. I don't know, maybe a month ago in this very courtroom? This man is Furio Tigre. He's the manager of a loan office called Tender Lender. I was gonna say Lender. There's no point trying to hide the truth anymore, Mr. Armstrong. I know you could go against Mr. Tigre, at least not while he's had this on you. Should be this, right? Yeah. A $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything. This man tell you. It is as you say. It is as you say. Mr. Armstrong. Black Tiger, He told me he was gonna use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in the question, he was meeting at the victim on the day les repay his loan. I can't read it right. Sorry guys. I'm trying. I don't know why it happened like that. Zap. I just did what he told me to do. I had no choice. I carried the body of the conscious Maggie out of the dining room area, and in the kitchen, and after that, I just tried to forget what I see. I think we could now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tigre. I do have one further question for you, Miss Armstrong. The poison and the lottery ticket were found in the defendant's apron pocket. Was that your doing as well? No, I knew nothing about that. Making it look like it was Maggie who had done it, I was not. It is despicable. Mr. Godot, you will summon the Furio Tigre as a witness. I doubt that could be arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow. "30 minutes. What? The trial will go on. I'll see it to myself. I need half an hour to get that guy on the stand. Not a minute more. How the... Don't sit back and relax yet, Tripe. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. Come on, drop us some first. Okay, we're good. We're good. This trial could still go either way. Very well. Your request is granted, Mr. Godot. We will resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, court is adjourned for 30 minutes. To be continued. Alright. Since I could save, I guess it doesn't matter where I save now. I have all these multiple saves because I really wanted to get that trophy. I got it though. I'll go back to save number 1. Alright. I think most likely we'll be able to finish this trial by today. So we're finally gonna see the tiger on the stand. We almost got this case won now, Nick. I wish I could agree. Huh? When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do. But Godot picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if he testified as true. You mean you think Mr. Armstrong was lying? I don't know. But if the line the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I get the feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're gonna need. Hey, pal. Gumshoe. What are you jumpy about, detective? Your hair's standing on the end. Hey, that's the pot calling the kettle black, little top knot. It's not a top knot. Would have fooled me. Never mind about the hair. Let's just calm down, right? I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I kind of got wound up. No kidding. You gotta have something you need me to do, pal. Anything. Well, hey, I'm gonna take a job back to the precinct. I could get some prints analyzed for you. You got an hour. An hour? The trial will have reconvened by then. But Nick, we still don't have a really decisive piece of evidence, right? True. Oh yeah, and the tiger did take our stuff. Without some kind of trump card to pull out, we're really stuck. You said you could get some fingerprints analyzed done in an hour, right? You bet. In that case, would you mind checking out the prints on this for me? By the way, the music is getting really good. If you're going back station anyways, can you find out the prints on this? Oh, hey, that's the small bottle I gave back to you this morning, right? Yeah, I think it's time we solve the last mystery of who the prints belongs to. Sure thing, pal. Actually, that's been gnawing at me too. Alright. Okay, I'll get to the lab right now. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back. We'll try. This is pretty much the final showdown, I guess. It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys. Alright, let's skip the intro. Did you find Furio Tigre? I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job, no problem. Tamed him? The guy's name may be Furio Tigre, but come on. He's pretty lively. Be careful, he still bites. Very well, please show Mr. Tigre to the stand. Oh, he's pissed. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the... Yeah, he's pissed off. She's hiding. Don't hide under the table, Maya, unless there's room for me too. Would you what you say to me? Nothing, I didn't say nothing. Honest. Oh my gosh, Judge. Who would have guessed that fear would induce a bad broken answer to the judge? That's funny. I got business to take on you, you hear? So who the hell called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky? No, of course not. It was the judge? Your Honor! Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth is it? Don't mind me, I just carry on with the proceeding as usual. That's it, we're doomed. Maybe you didn't hear me. I said, who the hell that called me on here? There's no need to shout, we can all hear you. What did you say? There's no point in struggling. You're caught in the snare, the relentless snare of the law. And I'm the one that hauled you in. Too cool. Don't let him get the better of you, Nick. And she's still down there. Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct? Incident? I don't know nothing about this stinking incident, mask boy. You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird? Maggie who? I got more important things to do with watching courtroom dramas. Of course, well, perhaps you could give us your testimony then. The judge is still under his seat. Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder. Huh? Phoenix Wright. You's the one who set this up, didn't you? You's gonna regret the days you ruffled with the tiger's fur. You hear me? You hear what I'm saying? Maybe I should have brought a diaper with me today. He shat himself. Get a grip, Nick. She's still down there. I don't know nothing about the murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all my time in the office. You may be a petite and delicate flower, but you may not recite poetry, yes. Let me reply in the chat. Evil Phoenix Wright be like, yes. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from tender lenders every single day. Yous wanna check my alibis? You gotta ask your leader. Ah, at last I found my pen. Very well then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. What the fuck? What is it? Please, witness, if you will refrain from shouting like that. I know the kind of games you guys in the blue play. That lowlife ain't no lawyer. He just punched away stupid details and he wins. Lowlife? Me? Listen up, Smorty. Every time you ask me some ding-dang that relates to this case, I'm gonna bill you $50,000. You's gonna borrow from the cash from me. That's one loan contract I refuse to sign. And don't think it ain't gonna hurt you when I tangle with the tiger. Ha! I love a good spectator sport. Hey, just a minute. That's really not. This witness is, how can I put it, a hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. Get on his bad side and he'll bite everyone's heads off. Yours too. Very well. I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here. Yous better be listening. I said I got business to take care of. Big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my bus. The court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of witness testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I better save. Gotta make it short and sweet. You could do it, Nick. Why is she's still down there? come from under there already, would you, Maya? Okay, so read that. Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know. You see these teeth? That's how sharp my secretary is. Sharp? Is he talking about Viola? She writes everything in my scheduler. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says. So that's where I was. That seems like a rather sketchy schedule. There he goes again. What the tiger did all December isn't the issue. What's important is what he was doing on the day of the murder. So now what? We're gonna have to press harder, unfortunately. What do you want? If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail. This is a dead end, Trite, and you know it. Remember the rules. No, it's essential that we establish the witness alibi accurately. I agree. The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day too? Maybe you ain't listening. Of course I was. I never stood foot outside. I had meetings all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. I ain't never seen that young kid before. I do believe the witness' last statement was important. Mr. Godot, if you could please... Mr. Tigre, the court asks you to add the last statement to your testimony. Oh my gosh! He has to do it for him. Don't let an animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor, and ask him yourself. You never saw that kid. So meet with the tiger. Oh! Mr. Tigre, you claim you didn't know Mr. Glenn Elg, but it appears that Mr. Elg knew you. What? Mr. Elg left this little note on his calendar. Meet with the tiger. And the date? December 3rd. December 3rd? That's the day of the murder. So, Mr. Tigre, I submit that you did indeed know one Mr. Glenn Egg. Because of the very day of the incident, you met with him. Oh, he doesn't like this at all. Not bad! You's actually not bad! Sorry? I was just messing with you to see how good you were. Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad. That's one compliment I could do without. Plus, he's lying through his teeth. Witness, please remember that you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated. You's calling me a liar? Is that what you're doing? So you're saying that your claims have never seen that kid before is the truth? I said I'm dead serious. You better believe that's the truth. Huh? Then I say that gives me the time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. That is why you testify for the court again, Mr. Tigre. Oh yes, would you mind indulging the court, witness? He never actually met the victim. That's gotta be a lie, right? That is definitely a lie. It's time I nailed this guy. I ain't no liar. I never met Glenn Elg. There was some lame guy with that name, though. I wanted to borrow some cash from me. I set up a meeting with that guy at my office, 10 the lender. I waited around for him, but he never showed up. I ain't never been to that Trans-Benz joint. You's here? I see. That's all the that sounds pretty logical. Sure. You had to arrange to meet the victim, but he didn't show up. I heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Didn't I tell you I got a big deal going today? I ain't gotta make my bus now. I'm gonna have to take the express train. That bill's going straight to you, right? Alright. What do I have? Not special, job listed. Oh! It's Attend the lender. Bomb. Mr. Tigre, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches? Matches? What she's talking about? We found them in your office at Attend the lender. They're from that restaurant. What? If you really never been to Tribulations before, what was a book of restaurant matches doing at your desk? You've been snooping around my stuff now too, wise guy? What are you, my balls and chain? Ain't no bra controlling me. Well, witness? I think it's time you started telling the truth, don't you? Sorry, I'm terribly sorry, forgive me. I ain't no pussycat. I don't go back on what I said. But okay, I was at the joint that day. What? But listen good, alright? I might have been there, but I still never met that kid. Well. Looks like an order just came for another testimony. I'm this close to proving it was him. He did meet Glenn Elg that day. And he did put poison in his coffee. He must have. I was supposed to meet with this kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the doors to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. That guy was laid out on the table, stiff as concrete. I figured in the place it wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. I heard the cop siren on the way out, and I went straight back to my office. I see, you didn't actually meet with him in the end then. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination? Yes, Your Honor. Hold it! If I'm waiting around here any longer, I ain't gonna make it to the Normal Express. No more stupid questions. Ha, no problem. Anytime Tripe presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see he pays a penalty. Mr. Godot, that's my job. Your job is to slam the little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it. Yes, sir. Oh my gosh, everyone's taking it on the judge. The special express ain't cheap, right? So you know what you's paying. Oh man, doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here? I know, everyone's like ignoring the law right now. Alright, what do we have? Door. You're something of a loan collector pro, aren't you, Mr. Tigre? No one escapes the tiger's clutches! Well, I'm something of a detective pro, a lie detective pro. And no one escapes the Phoenix clutches. Oh, really? I think it's time we got something. I just noticed something. Tiger and Phoenix, they're like they're two of the I mean, it could be a coincidence, but they're two of the four Saint Beasts in Eastern astrology. There's the white tiger, the turtle, and the phoenix and the tiger. But that's just a coincidence. Was this trite? A new line of irrelevant questionings. That guy, yeah. These are the floor plans of the crime scene. You said you were standing at the entrance, Mr. Tigre. From there, your field of vision could have covered the area something like this. Indeed, the witness would have had a clear view of the victim's seat. Isn't that what I just said? I just saw the back of the kid's head. Unfortunately for you, that is not possible. If the court would think back, you remember the between that each of the tables is a tall partition. Why, that's true. Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here. Oh, he doesn't like that. He doesn't like that at all. Is he gonna start roaring? So, from the entrance of Charles Bien, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day, because you met with him. Wrong. Have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? The victim was alone at the table. Yeah, but Armstrong already cleared it. But the defense just proved that point to be the moot. The victim witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glenelg, but a fake. What? In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer posed as the victim he just killed and acted as a charade. That will do. This trial has gone on long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly was the real killer who personated the victim? I mean, I think that's pretty obvious. You say the killer murdered Glenelg and then impersonated his victim in the performance for Victor Kudo. In that case, Mr. Wright, reveal the identity of the criminal to the court. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Obviously, the killer is Führer Tigre. No one else would have done it. What? Well, witness? He's laughing. Now that's cute. You think you could pin this on the tiger? Maybe you just don't understand. The tiger is a king of the jungle. So I dare you to say it again. Come on, you got the guts? You can't threaten me, Mr. Tigre. It's the defense. Go ahead and tell him, witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright! Sounds to me it must have been you, old man. You got guts, I'll give you that. Mr. Wright, do not leave me to handle this alone. Ha! Perhaps I can end this embarrassment. Mr. Godal, let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't see the victim. Oh, no. The serving girl brought him a Javicino, but she put something in it. There's no question about it. She was conspicuously put some white powder in there. Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter. The fact remains he saw the accused put the poison into the coffee. Yes, it was the waitress who poisoned the coffee. Very impressive, Mr. Godot. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Ha. Found your pen at last, right? It was in my pocket. But anyways, Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim the supposed Mr. Glenn Elg, and the waitress from behind. Yes, your point, Mr. Wright. I think the conclusion is obvious. Oh, hold on. I'll be right back. I got someone at the door. Alright, sorry about that. Alright, so then surely it was possible the waitress was also part of the show. What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well? The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her. Who on earth was it? Who was the waitress that Mr. Kudo witnessed? It's definitely Viola. She likes putting things in food, you know? Who is this woman? Her name is Viola. She's an employee of Tender Lender. You's making a big mistake. Do you know who Violeto's grandfather is? You better be going home in the armored truck tonight, if you know what I mean. Stop shaking, Nick. Where was I? Yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, has stated the following. Well, I remember this, yeah. I'm gonna skip this. There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man was the victim's table, but nobody saw him. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear had an eardrum that was ruptured. And the radio show he was supposed to listen to half an hour ago was over. There's only one logical explanation that clears up all these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice, once for real and once for show. And Inferior Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you. Witness, what have you got to say? That's cute. Sorry? You's alright. I could do with a guy like you around. What do you mean? Okay, I'm all in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get me to the meeting now, but I'm gonna give you one more thing to think about before I go. Something to think about. You's got it all wrapped up nice, huh, right? But you's missed out on one real important thing. But that can't be. I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid too. But I couldn't have poisoned him. You hear? What? Do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre? Ha. What a troublemaker. Troublemaker. Looks like we're gonna need another one for the road. One more One more steaming cup of hot testimony. Yeah, we should be almost over. Indeed. Witness, would you explain yourself to the court? I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened on the day of that tragedy between yourself and the victim? Yeah, I loaned El Cash about $100,000. That day, we was due to have a little chat. That kid had hit hard with his paycheck that day, you see? So anyways, he tells me he got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten this guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won $500,000. He got lucky, you know, real lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she done, everything would have been over. Now, I see the principal amount you loaned to Mr. Egg was $50,000. Yeah, well, you just got the victim taken into account. Interest builds up fast, you know. That's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice his principal. And the repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question. Yeah, he was the lucky kid. He got the $500,000 just in time. So I ain't have no reason to kill that kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case. His motive, He has to have one, but what is it? Let's press him here. The waitress, you mean? The girl with the glasses in the defendant chair. Who else could I mean? If she hadn't gone in that way, this would have been bada bing, bada boom, all over done with. Maybe I should push a little on this. What do you mean things would have been over and done with? Are you over there or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my $100,000 back. That's all. I'm a businessman. It was all coming together before that waitress got in the way. As far as I could tell from the witness testimony, other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect what you just said. The tiger's motive, huh? Let's see, what do we have? So you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. Elg owed you, correct? I loaned that guy the cash, so that's my right. Unfortunately for Mr. Elg, I don't believe that $100,000 is what you were really after.
Objection!
What are you getting at, Trite? What else would a moneylender be after other than money? Oh, the moneylender was after money. But money is a totally different league. The kind of money that a single disc like this would fetch. Oh, he doesn't like that. What is that? A computer virus, Your Honor. A virus called MC Bomber. A computer virus? What does one of those do? A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the side of the computers. A computer? What does that one of those do? I guess the beer isn't the only part of his honor that's come from the Stone Age. I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is an important point. A virus like MC Bomber will be worth several $millions on the black market. Several $millions. Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repaying would normally... Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repaying would normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glenn Elg had no way to repay the money is crucial. What? Glenn Elg was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. That skill was collateral Mr. Elg put up in order to borrow the money.
Objection!
You're trying to suggest the witness motive was to get a hold of the program. Exactly. The witness may have poor fashion sense, but he is no longer an idiot, right? A man like him could get his hands on $1 million without resorting to murder. Of course he could, provided that he had time. But what if he had needed the money right then? When the pressure is on, the luxury of the choices tends to disappear. It seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? Why did Mr. Tigre need money to the tune of $1 million? What do we have? Oh, there it goes right there. $1 million right there. In December of last year, found yourself in need of a huge amount of money. About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital when she underwent surgery. How much of this do you know? These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1 million. And yet, when the payment was due last month, you somehow managed to pay it in full. $1 million. Someone should sue those HMOs. Hey zombie, what's up? Ha! No one will pay a bill like that. If the medical associations got wind of it, the hospital would end up as dead as a morgue. Yeah, impossible. We're almost wrapping up this case. But Mr. Tigre had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it. You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright. Indeed it did, simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadaverini. Did you say Cadaverini? Brutal Cadaverini, mob boss in charge of all the underworld activities in the city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola. Your life was in danger unless you paid compensations to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire $1 million Bruto demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glenn Ellen's life of payment to your death. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigre's sole intention was to get his hands on that CD. Glenn Egg had no way of paying back the $100,000, and Mr. Tigre knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tigre would prefer to say never happened, but he can't, and neither can I. The lottery win. Exactly. At the 11th hour, Mr. Egg won $500,000 on the lottery, which left Mr. Tigre with no way of getting his hands on that all-important CD. At least no legitimate way. So he resorted to illegitimate means. Excuse me. That's crazy. He murdered Glenn L. and then made his next move, to frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tigre posed as Glenn L., while Viola played with the role of Miss Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being the one all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Kudo. Like I said, Trike, that's crazy. No one could pull that stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef could have been kept in the dark about that. But Mr. Armstrong was in it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money too, $500,000 in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigre's plans. Uh-oh. You just put up good show, Spiky. If you just want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. You saying I dressed up like that kid, created a witness and framed someone? If I did something crazy like that, I'll leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that. I agree. You do? Despite your appearance, you are very careful. That's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out. What? Another one, Mr. Wright? Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Trike? Damn, look at the damage I'll take right there! What was the trick you said Mr. Tigre performed to frame the accused? We do have proof of that. This shit right here. The paper badge. What on earth is that? What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such childish... Oh, I wouldn't talk, Judge. But anyways, what an insult to think anyone would be fooled with childish imitations. Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Exactly, he fell for it. Mr. Tigre, you didn't just pose as a victim that day in question. A month ago in this very court, you posed as me. What? That's the truth. But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you standing here in this very court a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most disreputable, shabby defense I have ever seen. Can you prove that, Gramps? Proof that Attorney was representing the accused here a month ago was this man. Are you prepared to take that stand and testify it was him? Hey. Forget about it, yeah? I wouldn't do something like that. Not me. You made a mistake, right? It was something else, huh? Have you no pride, sir? This isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, try it. Here in court, we deal with people's lives. By the way, I just forgot about something. Let me show you how this. This is getting good. We're almost at the end of this trial. And we got some more trials to end this game. But I doubt we'll be finished tonight. He looks like the main character. Sure he does. Mr. Goddard is right. Your Honor? Speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness standing before me now. However, I preside over the court as the judge, with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed in memory without evidence to support it. No! If the defense has no further evidence, the court would now excuse the witness. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tigre is dubious, for sure, but not conclusive. But we come so far. You say he impersonated Glenn L. You say he impersonated you. But none of that adds up to a murder charge. Oh, right! I just thought about something. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee. No, we do. But we gave it to Gumshoe. Shit! Come on, Gumshoe! Ha! Sucks to be you, right? Don't mess with the tiger or you're gonna get mauled! You got that? All we managed to do was chase him around a bit. But I was so close to getting him to admit his guilt. Ha! Looks like I won't be needing a refill. Speaking of, let me drink some water. If I just had one more piece of evidence. One more piece of evidence and maybe I could get Maggie off the hook. This witness cross-examination is over. You are free to go, Mr. Tiger. Mr. Tigre, excuse me. Your Honor, sir? Oh, there he is. Wait! He got the goods! Gumshoe! Gumshoe! Sorry it took so long, pal. I staked everything on this, my badge, the works. So here it is. My heart's counting on this too. What is it, detective? Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final decisive piece of evidence. What? So fucking over-exaggerated. I love it. Sorry it took so long, pal. I finally got the results from the lab. The results. About the prints, pal, from the medicine bottle. Oh, so do you know who the prints belong to now? Do you think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know. So tell us, they're the tigers, right? You bet. Clear as crystal is all over the bottle. They're Furial Tigris, Paul's print. Alright. That's great. We got him now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You hardly said a word since Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything on the line for this, Nick. I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make any difference whose print are on the bottle now. Huh? What? Why not? What we need is to produce at this stage in the trial is evidence that the tiger put poison in Glenn L's coffee. He's already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that his print's on this bottle, that really doesn't make any difference now. I knew it. Great. No matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. This was our last chance to get help Maggie. And I've been working on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's alright. I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal. Gumshoe? Maggie? You've been working on something for me? Sorry I let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it. And I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get you out of this now. Wait, Gumshoe. He's gone. Isn't there anything we could do now, Nick? I wish there was. He worked so hard to get this evidence. If only there was some way I could use it. Okay, we got this back in our record. But yeah, we should be wrapping up soon. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I granted you a recess so you can prepare the decisive evidence you discovered. Yes. Don't keep us all in the suspense, Stripe. Show us, naturally. We can't assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court, can't we? Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe hard work go to waste. How much of my time are you gonna waste? I've been to no court before, but you lawyers sure know how to blow things out of proportion. No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright. Well, I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here. But maybe if he thinks he got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit. Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. Present the final decisive evidence. Okay, I guess we could show the bottle again. It does have his fingerprints. This is the defense's final piece of evidence. Isn't that the victim's... Your Honor? Naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigre. What? But Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information? Everyone here knows what this bottle contains, except one man. One person in this courtroom should be in the dark. My prints are on that pansy-looking bottle? Is that what you're saying? Well, what the hell is in it anyways? A phony trial, a phony lawyer, and phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Mr. Tigre, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains not the oils, not the medicine, but the potassium cyanide. This bottle contains potassium cyanide. The poison used to murder Mr. Elg, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this in this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tigre, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that? You make a good clown, you know that? What? You ain't never got this stick. You just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger? A bluff? I can see right through you, Phoenix, right? There ain't no bottle with cyanide in it. No. This is the bottle we found traces of poison in. Don't mess with the tiger, or you're gonna get ripped to shreds. That cyanide bottle was brown, and it was made of glass. That cheap piece of trash don't look nothing like it. Oh boy. This became awkward. Got him, at last. What? Why's everyone gone quiet? I said that bottle. Is this bottle you're referring to? Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle cyanide was. Oh, but you's got. He just told him so. But you ain't gotta find my prints on that bottle. Don't let that cozy looking suit fool you, people. That lawyer's just playing games. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell that guy. Oh, sorry. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell that guy where to go. You still haven't figured it out. Don't you realize what you just said? What I said? What did I say? You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with that murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have noticed what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in. Ugh. But just now you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold that poison. You don't know who you're messing with. I'm the tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market. You think I'm gonna let some jump-up suit get the better of me? Sure, the last piece of evidence was phony. But that's just what you deserve. The phony trial with a phony lawyer. It was all played out by you, the biggest phony of them all. Oh, he doesn't like that. He's mad. Oh, he's going to Kuma mode. Oh, man. Oh, damn, the lights went out. What's going on? It looks like a blackout. Well done. Trite. I saved my 17th cup of coffee just for you. Of course he did. Savor it. Wow, you catch the police, restrain your prey. Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toe, but if this hollers, he won't be let go. Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tigre, Mr. Godot? He is being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glenn Elg, Your Honor. Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. Yes, she was. And in the absence of genuine evidence. But the tiger made one big mistake. Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for one slip of a tongue. Fiora Tigre is a truly frightening criminal. Ha. The truly frightening one is that the defense attorney over there. Good thought. Well, I am now in position to deliver my verdict. This court finds the defendant Maggie Bird. Yay! That is all. The court is adjourned. Mr. Wright, I'm at loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago, but now I feel like I can forgive him. Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger. Look, Nick, in the doorway. It's Gumshoe. Oh, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around, pal. Wait, he does that so many times. Gumshoe. Yeah? Congratulations, Maggie. Thanks. I knew you were innocent all along. Why didn't you say that in your testimony then? Huh? Oh, well, Well, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around. My God. Wait up, detective. He just ran off. Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. It's thanks to him that we got the medication bottle. That wasn't even any use. But it's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Gumshoe was just running in circles. Poor guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him. Can't you just put a good word for him, Nick? Yeah, Maya is right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Maggie? You know, Gumshoe's been worried about you through all this. I wanted to believe that, sir. But on that first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up. He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts. He doubted me, though. That's why. He thought I might have done it. I got to prove to her that Gumshoe really cares. Well, yeah. We told her that we gave her the food that he made. I know. I'll give her a little present to celebrate her freedom. Yeah. Gumshoe made this for her. Here you are. A present to celebrate your freedom. That's a present from Gumshoe. Made with tons of love. He said you lost weight and he was worried about you. Gumshoe? I actually really like weenies. You know. Oh my. Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know. Oh yeah, that's Kenji's belly right there. Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it? Is it okay if I eat this now? So, how is it, Maggie? It's really good. So the case of the phony versus genuine comes to an end. The false allegations surrounding Maggie have all been cleared up. And who knows, maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to start. Hopefully, for the best. The end. Episode 4, Turnabout Beginnings. Oh, we got 2 more trials. We have this one and the final trial. I believe this is a not a prequel, a prologue. This is gonna come back to the final trial. I don't know if I should stream this or not. I really don't. This is one. It's short though, so I'll do it because it's short. I'll do this and I'll save the last trial for last for another day, and I'll wrap up right there. Anyways, what was my trophy I just got? Recipe for Turnabouts. You cleared episode 3 of Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulation. Yeah, we got 2 more trials. Alright. Alright. The girl, let her go. shut up. Come closer. And I'll kill her. Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. Bang. You know, I remember this picture. I seen this picture on, I'll talk about that. I'm reading through the file of an old case. It was my first case of my longtime mentor, Mia Fey. I'll talk about that image later. Fugitive data. Terry Falls. Kidnapping, murder. Death penalty. After escaping, Falls met with a murder Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. Recaptured at Eagle Mountains about 8 hours after his escape. Her very first client was a death row inmate who has recently broke out of prison. That was a whole year before Mia and I ever met. Six years earlier, Mia Fey, first trial. Yeah, that image, I remember seeing that at one of the Lofi's Lo-fi Ace Attorney songs. But yeah, this is gonna be a short trial. This is gonna be a recap for later on, for a further trial later on. I'm so nervous. I feel like I'm gonna die. I never should have accepted this case. Good morning. Don't be so jumpy, Mia. I didn't do nothing, I swear. I didn't kill nobody. Terry Falls, my first client. Sentenced to death 5 years ago, and now a prison escapee. Just relax, Mia. Make small talk and just try to relax him. So why did you escape anyways? I'm sorry. I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie. I didn't escape from nowhere. But Mr. Falls, the police just recaptured you 2 days ago. Sorry, I told a little lie. Oh boy. But anyways, I didn't do it. I never killed nobody. Sorry for asking, but you're on death row right now. I'm really sorry. They sentenced me to die 5 years ago, but I was tricked, I tell you. That woman, she lied in her testimony. That's why I got the death penalty. I swear it, I didn't kill her. I could never do that. 2 days ago, he escaped from the police wagon when he crashed. Then about 8 hours later, a policewoman was murdered before the police could recapture him. The police believes that Terry Falls did it. After you escaped, did you meet a policewoman? Yeah, I did. She's the reason I escaped. So that much is true. He did meet with the victim. But I didn't kill her. She was alive when I left. She was alive. It's true. I could trust him, right? I mean, I should. Huh. You're not gonna figure out the truth by just staring at that guy. Why are you here? I came to see how our little kitten was doing all alone at the big scary lion's den. I thought maybe you'd like someone to play with. Where's Mr. Grossberg? Ha! That old man's probably still in bed. I bet he's clutching an empty bottle and mumbling in his sleep. Aren't I good enough? After all, it is me, Diego Armando. I didn't say... So, Diego Armando, the finest attorney at Grossberg's law office, is here with me. No. You got it all wrong. Today, you're the finest. After all, it took me an amazing amount of guts to take this case. Imagine. An escaped death row convict for the first client. Yeah, thanks. I'm sure wish I could get through with it. Ha, relax. I just heard some good news. The prosecutor for today is fresh out of his diapers as well. Really? However, unlike a certain somebody who I won't mention, he's earned the reputation of a genius since beginning his law career. Genius? Well, it's about time to head in, kitten. Sharpen those claws of yours. It's go time. A solitary confinement cell for the condemned must be the world's loneliest place. And that's what my client ran away from. Every other lawyer gave up on him. But it's just me. When I saw those overflowing eyes and I heard that simple childlike voice, I just had the feeling that he was telling the truth. Court is now in session for the trials of Terry Falls. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. I understand the lawyers for both sides are newcomers. Yes, Your Honor. I'm Mia Fey. Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. So you're the new prosecutor everyone's talking about, eh? They say you joined the prosecution's office at an early age. At 20, Your Honor. I guess our little kitten hasn't earned herself much of a reputation yet, huh? Come on, Mia. You can't lose, not to someone younger than you. Young people running a trial. I'm not too sure how I feel about that. Now then, the defendant in this case is currently a felon on death row. 2 days ago, he escaped from a police wagon. Is that correct? Precisely. But the defendant is now on trial for escaping prison. On the day that the defendant escaped, a policewoman was murdered. So we're here to determine if Mr. Falls was responsible for her death. You got it, kitten. Well then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's hear your opening statement. Yes, Your Honor. It was 5 years ago. The defendant, Terry Falls, was sentenced to the death in his very court. His crimes were kidnapping, extortion, and murder. The girl who threw him off the bridge was only 14 years old. A truly horrible crime. I remember it well. There was no decisive evidence, so the trial was long and protracted. Correct. But in the end, what finally decided the case was a certain witness testimony. A witness testimony? The testimony of Detective Valerie Hawthorne, the person who confronted the criminal. She's arrested Mr. Falls at the scene and later testified against him. She said the witness, Mr. Falls, threw his victim into the river. For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that follow it never recover. So Miss Hawthorne's testimony was the one that put him away. That policewoman you just mentioned, that wouldn't be exactly the victim, the same woman that was killed 2 days ago. Police Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. Aha, I see. The man who was sentenced to death based on her testimony of escape 2 days ago, with only things on his mind to take revenge against the woman who convicts them. The truth is becoming clear to me now. Huh? Yes. It's quite obvious that the defendant is guilty.
Objection!
Wait a minute, that's not right. At least hear the case before you decide on the outcome, Your Honor. Watch yourself, Miss Fey. I'm not sure I care about your word choice over your tone of voice. Young people these days simply don't know how to respect their elders. Why, you're even younger than me, you hypocrite. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, please call your first witness. I called the detective who was in charge of the initial investigation of this case. Witness, state your name and occupation. Gumshoe, Dick Gumshoe. I'm the homicide detective in charge of the case, sir. I finally got promoted to that detective division half a year ago. I don't believe anyone asked you about that. Hey, ma'am, you got any ideas how much work it takes? What is it? You're really gorgeous. Excuse me? No, seriously, my heart is aching for you. Oh my god, detective, pull yourself together and try to be professional otherwise. I'll write you up on contempt so so quick that something other in your heart will ache. Okay, I got it. Now, detective, tell us about the incident. Yes, sir, right away. The victim was Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, a veteran of the police force. She was stabbed in the back with a knife and died from the excessive blood loss. That much is already stated in the autopsy report. The court would like to hear more details about the incident. Yes, sir. I gotcha. Okay, let's take a look at this aerial map of the area here. This is a sketch of Dusky Bridge, an old suspension bridge. And the river that runs under there is Eagle River. The victim and the defendant met there, on top of the bridge. After stabbing her in the back, the killer carried the victim back to his car. He was recaptured at a police checkpoint as he was trying to make his getaway, sir. I see. Was the victim blood found on the bridge? The victim, Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, was wearing a thick coat, sir. Unfortunately, no traces of blood were found on the bridge. Mr. Edgeworth, I warn you that I absolutely despise conjectures. If there was no blood on the bridge, then you will have no proof that they even met there. Your Honor. If you will listen to the testimony we have prepared, I'm sure you'll be convinced. The two of them most certainly did meet on that bridge that day. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm not sure I like you wagging your finger at me as though I was a loser. Sorry, hoser. Detective, proceed with your testimony. Yes, sir. Here we go, Mia. Hang on. Okay, now, listen carefully, kitten. One little mistake and this guy will drink you for for morning tea. Trust me and get ready. Alright, let's hear this testimony. On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusty Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls. And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir. The criminals stuffed her body into the car trunk and tried to make a getaway. Mr. Falls was arrested at the police checkpoint we set up at the base of this mountain. Okay. Well, you established the importance of the bridge. Naturally. Now, would the defense please hurry up and proceed with the cross-examination? Yes, Your Honor. Cross-examination. Coming right up. Hey, settle down there, kitten. If you keep trembling like that, you're gonna make me spill my coffee. I'm not trembling, it's just coding here. The courtrooms can be cold battlefield, alright? Especially for a beginner. I don't need you to worry about me. I mean, the defendant, the witness, everyone's a beginner in here. Ha, you got me there. But maybe you should keep your claws out and show them what you got, kitten. It's okay, Mia, stay calm. Just remember those court procedures videos you stayed up all night watching. Alright. This unknown person, you have no idea who it might be, right? Sorry, but I'm afraid I do. What? The one who called Sergeant Hawthorne was the defendant, Terry Falls. What? The defendant? The defendant called her? Sergeant Hawthorne was a very thorough person, sir. She left a note about her phone call with Mr. Falls. A note? Yeah, a top secret memo that she left in her desk. Okay, According to this note, it seems that the one who called her on the bridge was indeed the defendant, Terry Falls. Whose bright idea was it to keep that note from me? Ha! Just like the judge is even more sure of his verdict now. Listen up. Never ask a question if you don't already know the answers. Is that detective's fault? He's the one that said unknown person. Hey now, don't make that face at me. I just said it was that because the prosecutor told me to. Was that a trap? With that cute face, I didn't expect him to be so sneaky. Mr. Falls had a car then. Well, that bridge is way up in the mountains, man. The defendant and the victim both went up there by car. I mean, how else, right? Is that past? Yes, this is this is Mia Faye's first trial. So we're having a flashback. This trial will come back in the next trial. That's why we're having this flashback. You mean the defendant drove his car? No, of course not. It was stolen. He stole it from a young couple that has been waiting at a red light. Car thieves. I'm not sure how I feel about car thieves. Is this guy... In fact, Zombie, to answer your question, this is Miles... You said Edward. This is Edgeworth's first trial as a prosecutor, and this is Mia's first trial as a defendant. So this is Mia and Miles' first trial together. So this is their debut. Is this guy sure about how he feels about anything? This is a photo of the stolen car trunk. Edward. Naturally, that's the body of Valerie Hawthorne in there. Whoa, that doesn't look comfortable. Okay. The victim, she was stabbed in the back, correct? Yeah. Ha. For some reason, men always seem to get stabbed in the back. We're talking about a woman here. You can't tell from this photo, but the knife was stuck in the back, nice and firm. The condition of the body when it was discovered was a very important information. Detective, was there anything strange northworthy on the trunk of the car? Here's a photo of the trunk, but I don't see anything strange to you anyways. Do we? Do we have anything in our records? What's on the notes? No, nothing there. No, it could be this, yeah. Confidentially, police materials written by... Yeah, I'll go with this. Alright, witness. What is it? Do you have something to say, Miss Faye? I'm sorry, I totally forgot what I was gonna say. This is the first time I ever had to address someone like that. You should have practiced before coming to court. Honestly, Miss Faye, I'm not sure I like this. Huh. Say there, little kitten. Want a piece of my coffee candy? Candy? Well, you're still too young to be drinking real coffee. Come on, Mia. Shake it off. You're a lawyer. Detective. Yes. Yes, ma'am? This photo. You said that there was nothing peculiar about it. Is that correct? Yeah, that's what I said. Well then, I suggest you take another look at the note written by that victim. The note? This judge looks awful. Yeah, he's the guy before our default judge. It's very clear. It says white scarf for the identification. By the way, I'm just gonna write 1 on the chat just to make sure that the chat doesn't get a delay. The caller must have forgotten what the victim looked like, thus the special request. I have one simple question for you, detective. Where's the white scarf? I can't seem to find it in this photo. Well, to be honest, we didn't find it in the trunk, ma'am. And you stopped there. You should have looked for it. Ugh. The caller told her to wear it to identify herself, so I expect she did that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this? Sorry, fuck it. I see the defense is a little lacking. The scarf you are searching is so desperately for. It is this one, perchance. Where did you find that, sir? On Dusky Bridge. I was there first and decided to conduct my own investigation. Why? Why didn't you tell me? I made a choice to keep all pieces of evidence in my personal satchel. It's the safest place I know. Ah, that hot shot sure was flare on that dramatic. It's not exactly white as the color requested, but as you can see, it's close enough for what it was intended for. It sure looks like it spent some time in the mud. Not surprising, it was drizzle on the mountain that day. Prosecutor Edgeworth, he was intentionally hiding that scarf the whole time. Yes, another trap. The court will accept this into the evidence. Okay. Now, if the attorney for the defense is finished embarrassing herself, I'd like to move on to the testimony. That is alright with you, isn't it, Miss Faye? Boy, would I like to wrap this scarf around that smarty little neck. Very good now. If we're done with this mud-covered scarf business, the prosecution moves to establish conclusively and with hard evidence that Miss Hawthorne and Mr. Falls did indeed meet on that bridge that day. Further, we will show exactly what occurred there. That sounds quite promising. Everything is moving at his whim. Don't forget, kitten. There's a reason why everyone considers the kid a genius. A genius, huh? Actually, there is an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This photo was accidentally taken by the witness. It shows the Vic wearing the scarf, sir. It was drizzling that day, unfortunately. It's a little hard to see what's going on. Anyways, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. That must have been when the scarf fell off. Looking at this photo, you really get the sense that the bridge is very high up. It's about 40 foot. It's about a 40-foot drop from the bridge to the Eagle River down below. Mr. Edgeworth, who took this photo? I was just thinking that. Let's just say it was very well-intentioned third party. Ah, a potential witness. So why isn't that person in the courtroom? Well, they said they absolutely did not want to testify. The person in question is very delicate, Your Honor. Besides, as long as we have this photo, we see no reason to compel them to testify. I'm not sure how I feel about that. So as you can see, Terry Falls had both the motive and opportunity. I think it's quite as clear as the point was happening on that bridge. Ah, the truth is becoming clear to me now. Huh? Yes, it's quite obvious. He's clearly guilty. Not again, that's not fair. I haven't even done my cross-examination yet. What do you mean, I know, this guy is quick to judge. Oh my gosh. So at the time of the crime, there was a light drizzle coming down, correct? Yeah, and the fog too. Just a generally soggy atmosphere. Well, I have evidence that doesn't go well with the soggy atmosphere. But this is a photo of the victim's body that was found in the car trunk. Considering the conditions of the scene of the crime, something isn't right. Well, by all means, please enlighten us. What is it about the photo on the trunk that doesn't fit with the conditions that met that day? Naturally, the answer is right here. The victim's coat. As far as I can see, there's nothing strange about it. That's exactly what's strange. Recall the testimony. What were the conditions on the bridge that day? It was drizzly and foggy. Dusty bridge was all wet. If the victim really had fallen on her stomach on top of the bridge, then the front of her coat should have been covered in mud. By the way, I just realized something. Doesn't the victim kind of look like Ada Wong? That's exactly right. The other day I fell on a muddy street and my gorgeous playoff beard was befouled. I do admit that the crime scene was quite wet that day. However, that doesn't mean that the top of the bridge itself was muddy. If your honor has fallen in the shower instead of a muddy street, your glorious hockey breeder, proud of the legal league, will be wet, but not muddy. Fortunately, I have yet to test that. Still, your point is well taken. Can you prove that the surface of the bridge was muddy that day? That's the scarf. The surface of the bridge, huh? Ha! A real man wouldn't stand for a taunt like that. Neither would a real woman. Yeah, the scarf is proof. Of course I can. Here's the evidence that proves the surface of the bridge was muddy. The evidence is this scarf. It should be obvious. If the scarf fell into If the scarf fell into the bridge and got this muddy, it means that the bridge was obviously covered in mud. Oh, he doesn't like that. No, I can't be outwitted by this novice bimbo. Hey, same to you, buddy. I know, they're supposed to be in the same level. Miss Faye assertions made perfect sense to me. I do admit that there appears to be a contradiction between the conditions of the victim's coat and her scarf. However, the real question is, why is there a contradiction? Huh? For every contradiction, there is an explanation. Let's look at what the explanation in this case shall be. Sorry. Alright, it's not like he's really giving me a choice here. Ha! You're doing pretty well for a little kitten. Mr. Armando, no matter what he says, a contradiction always comes down to a lie. Yeah, I'm telling you, that looks like fucking 801. Anyways, is either the victims discovered in the trunk, the witness photo showing the defendant and the victim, or the witness testimony that stated she saw the moment of the murder. Just relax and think it over. It's pretty simple, isn't it? The false evidence is one of those three. What you said just now, I'm not sure I like that. That wasn't me, Your Honor. It was the coffee aficionado over there that said it. This court is not in the habit of accepting false evidence, you know. Blame it on him, Your Honor. He's the one trying to slip on false evidence in the court. But we won't let him. We'll expose his evidence as the filthy scam it really is. Yes. The false evidence in this case is the... It's a no-brainer. Obviously, it's the witness that's suspicious. During his earlier testimony, the detective pointed out a crucial fact. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Now, is that testimony exactly what the witness claimed to have seen? Yeah, that's what the witness told us. That testimony is filled with holes. After all, the victim's coat isn't dirty at all. That's true. Ha! It's not just true, it's the truth. If there wasn't any truly decisive witness in this case, I'm certain that boy would have wondered what could have called him in the first place. Your Honor, the defense requests a cross-examine the witness. The testimony presented as far is only vague, but contradictory as well. Sorry, I can't read right. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, it appears that we need to hear from that mystery witness after all. You should brace yourself for the brutal truth. Your Honor, the prosecution has no intention of hiding the witness from the court. We are prepared to present our witness at any time. Very well. What Mr. Edgeworth said kind of worries me. What does he mean by the brutal truth? Now, let's proceed with the testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, please go right ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution summons the woman who saw the events that day with her very own eyes This is it, Mia. The battle begins here. I think I know who it is. Witness, what is your name and occupation? Yep, that's what I thought. Oh, yeah, it's fucking her. Everyone is so silent that I can hear their hearts going pitter-patter. Oh. When I look at you, how can I put it? You look as scrumptious as a double-double in a dozen donuts holes. I feel like I want to hurry up and hand down a verdict just to have a bite. Hey, not so fast! As I said before, this witness is very sensitive and delicate. I will ask the court to please exercise care when addressing her. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Miss Edgeworth. You are a true gentleman. Miss Fay, you could learn a lot from this man. If he's just a gentleman, he sure doesn't act like one to me. Sir? Yes, my dear? This is my first time, so I'm sure I'll make a lot of mistakes. Anyways, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for all the trouble I might cause. Not at all, it's no trouble at all. Now then, may we please have your name and occupation? My name is, Melissa Foster. I'm a college student, a freshman in the literature department. You were on the scene when the unfortunate events occurred, correct? And you were the one who took this photo. Is that accurate? How can you be so mean? Now see here, what are you doing shoving that in her face like that? Huh? But it's just a photograph. It's not like it's something dangerous. Next time I'll be forced to penalize you. I don't like where this is going. Is she staring at me? And you would be... Huh? I'm the defense attorney. My name is Mia Fay. I see. So you are. Now then, young lady, could you please give us your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I'll do my best. Let me drink some water. Okay. I was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. Then, I noticed that there were two people standing up on the suspension bridge. Suddenly, they just started fighting. That's when I hurried and took the photo that shows crucial moments. And right after that, by the way, I see a contradiction already. And right after that, I called the police. By the way, where were you standing when the incident occurred? I believe the map would be a help here. I was standing right over here. I was standing in a beautiful field surrounded by tall cliffs. So you took the photo from from that location, eh? I brought the camera I was using at the time, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me to. What a cute camera, just like his owner. Alright then, Miss Fay, time for your cross-examination. But I warn you, make the witness cry again and you'll feel the wrath of my gavel. My gosh, come on, Judge, I don't like you. Witness, when you say you took a photo of the crucial moment, is this what you meant? All I can see in this photo are two people facing each other. You testified you saw the two of them standing to fight. Normally that's the kind of thing we will refer as a crucial moment. Why haven't you presented a photo like that? Well, you see, the photo we presented was the only one there was. But if you really wanted to capture the crucial moment, then what happened next? You must have taken a photo of it. Dope! Did he pull a Homer Simpson? My apologies, young lady, but Miss Faye's assertion is not without a certain amount of merit. He can certainly downplay a situation, can't he? I'm so sorry, I'm a bad girl. I'm used to it all. The film, I mean. You ran out of film? This photo was the last one. What? Unfortunately, that is the truth. I personally examined all the photographs she took that day. All of the photos are of the witness herself, playing along with the wildflowers. The witness herself? Then who took the photos? Well, you see, my camera has a timer feature built into it. So you took photos of yourself. I remember taking some photos of myself once, too. Please, no details. It seems that Miss Faye's assertion was not so decisive after all. Wait, just a minute. Well, if she has no film left, she couldn't very well take more pictures, eh? Miss Foster, perhaps then you could tell us about a different sort of photo. Photos of the incident that you took with your very own eyes. Mr. Edgeworth, you're quite the poet. Very well then, let's get back to the cross-examination. Let's hear your thoughts on the fight that you witnessed. Yes, Mr. Judge. Boy, this guy is really is a sucker for sweet talk. Ha! It looks like the other kitten in the room is the one that's getting all the attention. Yes, sickening.
Objection!
Witness, your testimony is a joke. Huh? What? But I just... Miss Faye, I thought I warned you not to make the witness cry. One short testimony and two bad contradictions. There's no possible excuse. You say there were two contradictions? It's simple. Just take a look at the diagram of the area. According to a testimony, the two of them were in the middle of the bridge. But if they were, and the victim had turned around and tried to run, well then, she would have hit a dead end. You said 10 yards, but she couldn't even run even 5. Because Dusky Bridge is collapsed on that side. What does that mean? It's very simple, Your Honor. This charming little witness told a charming little lie. That's all there is. No, she doesn't like that. This beautiful young lady has been lying to the court? Just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, allow me to personally apologize for the confusion. What do you mean? There's one major mistake in this diagram. What did you say? What are you referring to? It's all because this diagram was made after the incident occurred. It's a very old bridge. We couldn't find any old official blueprints of it. So you're saying... I'm saying that even though this bridge is currently in disrepair, excuse me, there's no evidence that could prove that the bridge was broken during the incident. That's ridiculous. You can't actually tell the condition of this bridge from this photo. I apologize to the court for not being more clear when I presented the evidence. Ha! That guy is good. Huh? What do you mean? He planned it from the very beginning. He's a genius, alright. That diagram of the bridge and the insurance policy. What? That coward. Well, Miss Faye, it seems you once again made a reckless accusation. I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful myself. No. It wasn't your fault at all. Now then, shall we go on with the trial? I'd like to establish once and for all what it was that the witness actually saw. Indeed. Alright, young lady. May I ask you to please proceed with your testimony? But it's so hard to go on. Well, we're on your side, Miss Foster. There's no need to worry. Just tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. No, boy. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. Then he carried her over to the car. I suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw. Yeah, talk about what you saw, ma'am. Witnessing such violence must have been difficult. Yes, sir. I'm still shaken up. If he accepts his testimony as it is, we're finished. Don't say that. Oh well. Maybe I'll stop off at my favorite cafe on the way home. Then make a very great mocha latte. This trial isn't over yet. Ha! That's what I like to hear. Alright, Miss Faye, your cross-examination, please. This crop position is staring you right in the face, Mia. Go on and attack. Coffee breath. Yep, that's him before the aftermath. We'll find out why he why he looks like that later. All right. A killer not wanting his victim to be found. I could understand that. However, the idea of moving the body for that purpose is clearly odd. There was a much easier way to make sure the body wasn't found. Well, what is it? Take another look at the map of the area you just see. That's a river right below the bridge. Earlier, Mr. Edgeworth pointed out something very interesting about the river. I remember this, yeah. In the kidnapping case 5 years ago, the victim's body was carried away and never found. If 10 murders were to occur at that same spot above Eagle River, you could bet your boots that every other killer would have tossed that body in the water. I'm not sure if I care for the way you put that, Miss Faye, but I must admit it does seem odd not to have thrown the body into the river. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? How sad. Perhaps Miss Faye would do well in try to take dip in the river herself. After all, you claim to be such an expert in the ways of nature. What are you talking about? My point is that no matter how odd you may find the killer's method of body disposal, the fact is that what the killer did. None of your arguments have anything to do with what the witness saw. Quite true. Miss Faye, it seems that you assertion is without merit after all. But what the witness claims to have seen is totally ridiculous. Surely you can't deny that the body was found in the trunk of the car. That certainly consistent with what the witness has told us. Please, witness, go on with your testimony. I'll try. All you have to do is tell us what you saw. Otherwise, the mean lady might yell at you again. Oh my gosh, come on, Edgeworth. Who is he talking about? Alright, I'll do my best. Well, Miss Foster, it looks like you've done it this time. Done what? Made a crucial mistake. A crucial mistake? Like what, Miss Faye? The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. You're saying you saw that right? With your very own eyes? Yes, and... It's simple, Miss Foster. Take a look at the diagram. The place you claim to have taken the photo from that day is here. Do you see what I mean? Even if you try to see the car. This outcropping of rock is directly in the way. That's right, Miss Foster. From where you were standing, you have not possibly seen the killer's car. I admit that the diagram does show a large outcropping of cars, however, of rocks, excuse me. It isn't so tall that it will stop her from seeing the car. People with coffee breath states, yes. For some reason, my RE4 is muted. I wonder why. I wonder why. Why would your RE4 be muted? Hold on, I'm dropping some frames. I'm waiting for it to go back. Okay, we're green. I don't know, Zombie. Why would your thing be... does it tell you exactly, like, on your timestamp what's being muted? It's not high at all. I was able to see this car just fine. I'm so sorry, but that just doesn't wash. I believe it was the witness who presented this as evidence in the court, yes? This is the location that the photo was taken from. Your own photo tells the whole story. You could clearly see the left side of the bridge, but the outcropping is being referred to is really more like a cliff. Your view should have been completely cut off from the cliff, but still you claim to have been able to see the killer's car. What is the meaning of all this ballyhoo? Your Honor? Don't jump into hasty conclusions. The false that the escapee fled into a stolen car was reported on the news. After witnessing the murder, I'm sure you could appreciate that what the witness was very upset. She must have heard about the stolen car and convinced herself that she saw it. But she was repeatedly warned before starting her testimony. She was told to testify only what she saw with her own eyes. Oh, yeah. Mr. Judge? What is it? I think I must have remembered things wrong. Yeah, this girl is completely lying her ass off. Hey, wait a minute. You can't just say that. Miss Faye, no one on this face of the planet is perfect. Yes, indeed. Quite true. You know what they say, to err is human, to forgive is divine. I'm inclined to give benefits of the doubt. What? That's not fair. Ha! Save the tears for the later. Save the tears for later, kitten. Mr. Armando, don't look back until the trial is over. Now is the time to go forward. But that wasn't fair. Okay, kitten, you need to relax. Then you need to remember the other kitten's testimony. Okay, we remember this. So tell me, how did she know that he broke into the trunk? Aha. Well, Miss Foster, until you can explain how you knew that, you're gonna have to have a lot of very suspicious people on the side of this courtroom. Well, witness? Well, I'm certain that he broke into the trunk because there were marks left on the trunk lid. Why is it that Edgeworth so willing to come? Well, you gotta remember, this was before Nick was involved with being a defense lawyer. That's when he was in this crucial moments, you know? I'm gonna put a 1. Is he a Discord mod? Sure. Sure he is. I'm certain that there were scratch marks from when he broke into it. What? Let me see that photo. Oh shit, there is. It's true. It looks like scratch marks were around the keyhole. It's obvious that this trunk has been broken open. Well, Miss Faye, are you satisfied? Judge is on her side. I can't make any mistakes here. What she just said, is there a contradiction in something there somewhere? No, I'm definitely not gonna buy it. We don't want to do that. Melissa Foster, it looks like you finally betrayed yourself. What? You said you were in the field taking photos of wild flowers, but even so, you knew about the scratches. The question is, when? When did you get a chance to see those scratches? Finally. I finally got her. Ha! I'm getting pretty tired of waiting over here. This guy. Then perhaps it will be faster if Miss Faye explained herself. Your Honor, there's only one possible explanation. The reason the witness has seen the scratches was... She's the owner of... Yeah, she probably did it herself. There's only one way that the witness had a chance to see those scratches. Yes, what is it? Naturally, when she opened the trunk and stuffed the corpse in herself. The person who really hid the body in the trunk of that car was Melissa Foster. It was you that did it, wasn't it? That's ridiculous. I could never. It was the man in the prison garb. He's the one. I don't think so, Miss Foster. If Mr. Falls has been the one that put the corpse in the trunk, he would have just simply used the car key. There was no need to break it open. But he stole the car. He stole it from a young couple that has been waiting at a red light, which means that the key would have been still in the ignition. Oh, I see. Thank you for telling us about the scratches, Miss Foster. Without that, we never would have uncovered the truth. That it couldn't have been Mr. Falls that put that body in the trunk. Preposterous. To even suggest that the witness put the body in there. If that was true, then how do you explain the photo that she took? The corpse would have been put in the trunk when the incident occurred. And we already know that at the time she was taking the photographs. Now is your chance, Mia. Finish this thing. Okay, how do we finish it? Okay, on the contrary, I'm not so certain about that anymore, Mr. Edgeworth. There's no need to think too deeply about it. What I'm saying is that the shutter for this may not have been pushed by Miss Foster herself. Oh yeah, because it has a timer. Let's take another look at the camera. It has a timer built into it, even the mini tripod. Why? It's almost as she brought this camera just to take that picture. What are you trying to say then, Miss Faye? That when the crime occurred, Miss Foster wasn't in the field, as she claimed? Well, if she really did use the camera auto timer, then the answer is yes, she was somewhere else. Exactly. She was not in the field. Please explain. Listen, this is a crucial point. Where was Miss Foster when the incident occurred? In answering that question, we're almost as clear Miss Foster's true identity. Well then, please answer that question. Where was Melissa Foster when the incident occurred? Naturally, the witness was right here. But that's where the victim, Miss Hawthorne, was standing. Miss Faye, what on earth? Your Honor, if I may. After parting with the victim on the bridge, the defendant fled by car. But this would mean that there was no time to put that victim in the trunk. In other words, if someone put the body in the trunk, it could have been before the defendant met with the victim. How aside? Of course, Mr. Falls met with the victim. The only person with the opportunity to have the victim in the trunk is the same man that killed her, Terry Falls. You still don't understand, do you, Mr. Edgeworth? By the time the witness photo was taken, the victim was already dead. The person in the photo was not Valerie Hawthorne. What? I never heard of anything more ridiculous in my whole life. Then who exactly is in the photo? It's obvious, isn't it? It's your own witness. What? It's the only possible explanation. The woman that Mr. Falls met on the bridge that day was not Valerie Hawthorne. It was you, Melissa Foster. Me? Let's remember that it was raining and foggy on the mountain that day. Mr. Falls himself believed that the woman in front of him was Valerie Hawthorne. But the defendant knew Valerie Hawthorne very well. After all, she was the woman who testified to help get him convicted. But since then, my client has spent 5 hard years in the federal penitentiary. He couldn't remember exactly what she looked like anymore. You're just making this up as you go along. Where's your proof? I got it right here. This piece of evidence will blow his case wide open. At the time of the incident, Mr. Falls has forgotten what Valerie looked like. Mr. Falls has forgotten the victim's face. That's why he needed some piece of identification, namely this muddy scarf. It was Mr. Falls who requested that she wear this scarf to identify herself. That's already been proven by the note the victim left. In other words, as long as you were wearing this scarf like he asked, anyone could have pretended to be Valerie Hawthorne. Well, what do you have to say, Melissa Foster? Oh, wait, what? Did she fall? I think she fell. Where's Miss Foster? She's collecting herself in the lobby. We're almost done with this trial. It's obviously that Melissa Foster did it. I think we have to do another part. We're almost done with this case. She hid the body in the trunk and disguised herself as the victim. She set up the camera to snap a fake photo of them together. The only question is, why she do it? Well, isn't that obvious? She's the real culprit. Ha! Diego really loves saying ha. Well, we have to wait for Miss Foster to compose herself before we start again. Until then, we have a recess. The defense... Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yes, Your Honor. Let's just wrap that up. Understood. Court is adjourned. Yeah. Well, recess, excuse me. We're going to save and we're going to wrap up this case. And then I'll stop the stream here after I finish that case. Let's save. This should be a short case. Mr. Falls. I'm sorry. I want to say thanks. You're real good. You really hooked me up. Thanks. We're almost there. Once I prove that she committed the crime. Yeah, but there's one more thing, big obstacle we got to get past. 1 hour later, I know, right? I make it sound like it's short, but still, yeah. Obstacles. Yeah, motive. Why would Melissa Foster kill that policewoman anyways? Motive. Huh. Anyways, we're still badly in need of information. Right. What we need the most is info about Melissa Foster herself. All we know is that she's studying literature. And one more thing. What is it? Well, the incident that happened 5 years ago? Of course. The kidnapping murder case that Zero Boy is on death row for. I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I've never lied. Mr. Falls, in that case, tell us more about it. About what happened 5 years ago. Okay, I trust you. That day, 5 years ago, I dreamed of it every day. This picture, it reminds me of everything. Bridge looks same, just like 5 years ago. Like it could just fall apart any minute. So it's been broken like this for 5 years. Ha! Sorry, buddy, but you sound like the one that could have fall apart in any minute. It's true. I did kidnap her. 5 years ago, I kidnapped my girlfriend, Dahlia Hawthorne. Uh-oh. I know where this is going. We'll get the details on that in the next case. Anyways, your girlfriend, huh? Hey, hold on there. Did you say Hawthorne? The victim's last name. Dahlia Hawthorne, Valerie's little sister. What? Are you serious? The girl, let her go. Come closer, shut up, and now kill her. Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. The detective back then was Valerie Hawthorne. At first I thought shooting someone for kidnapping was crossing the line, but if it was to protect her little sister, I could understand why she did it. Wrong. No protect sister. Valerie betrayed me. Betrayed us. What do you mean she betrayed you? Everything. All lies. All make-believe. Kidnapping too. A make-believe kidnapping. Dahlia, my girlfriend. My love. My teen angel. Did he actually say my teen angel? He seems one too many soap operas. I do anything she says. Anything Dahlia says. Anything Dahlia says. Hold on a minute. What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by... Yeah, me and Dahlia. And Valerie too. Valerie was in it. Dahlia's family's rich. We get one jewel and that's all we thought. Me and Dahlia wrote kidnap note. We sent it to her dad. Asked for $2 million diamond. And tell him to make exchange on Dusty Bridge. We tell him Valerie makes transfer because she knew that she's a new detective. He shouldn't be under arrest for something else. Yeah. Having a police detective in your pocket is a useful thing, alright. In the end, you were planning on splitting the $2 million 3 ways, huh? Yeah, but that woman... She shot me for real, me and Dahlia. Bang! I was shot in the arm. Dahlia, she just jumped in the river. Jump. You don't mean she jumped on purpose, do you? I couldn't do it. I could never push her. Anyways, I blacked out. I woke up with the police all over. And that's when they decided to give you the death sentence. I couldn't believe it. That woman, she betrayed me. That man, Terry Falls, he killed her. He threw her off the bridge. He threw my beloved sister into the roaring rivers 40 feet below. These 5 years, all I wonder is why? 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 Why did she lie? That's all I want to know. So that's why you called her. You wanted to hear the truth from Valerie herself. Yes, but I forget what she looks like, so I tell her to wear a scarf. I don't want to hurt her. Just ask why. Why? Why did she lie? Why did she betray me? I just want to hear the answer from her mouth. That's all. So that's why. That's why she made a crazy escape like that. So just one thing, Zebra Boy. My sense of tinglings are over. Tell me, Mr. Falls, where is it? Huh? Where's what? Come on now, kitten. The ransom. The $2 million diamond. Remember that now. Did you give it to Pops? Did the police take it? I don't know. They muted the ambient sound of the safe. Really? Are you serious? Oh my gosh. I guess, like, if you're going to continue streaming it, just talk over the... Yeah, I guess you gotta keep talking over the stream, I guess. You're talking about the save music. Yeah, just keep talking. I guess you'll be fine after that. But yeah, I'm sorry it was muted. You don't know why? No, really, I don't know. It's gone with Dahlia. With Dahlia. Gonna drink some water. She put it in the backpack, the diamond. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, zombie. But, at least now you know what the content is. It's weird that it got muted, though. Now it's gone forever with Dahlia. Into Eagle River. It disappeared with Dahlia. But wait a minute. You could come back in now. You're all ready to go. Okay, so we're going to start the trial. I'm just going to skip the dialogue. Your teen angel. How old is she anyways? I guess why Capcom wanted to remake it, probably. I don't know. Well, I have a theory about that before too. I guess they just want to. We talked about it. They want to move forward with the new RE4 and put the old one in the past. You know, especially with the stuff they're getting slammed for, like that one artist that says that they stole some of their stuff. I guess they do want to move forward. All right. Now then, let's continue. Are you feeling better, Witness? Yes, Your Honor. I'll try my best. You're a brave young lady. Not this again. Yeah, exactly what it's saying. Yeah, after that incident. Well, yeah, those are artists that sued Capcom for using his own art on Resident Evil 4. I think Devil May Cry also. I could be wrong, but specifically RE4. On the text, if you look at the logo of Resident Evil 4, the textures that they use, you could see that his artwork was used on that. And Capcom didn't look very good on that. So yeah, Capcom wants to. Me and Zombie talked about it before. Like they want to move forward with a new look for Resident Evil and try to move over with the old. That's been my theory. It's never been confirmed, but that's been my theory of why they wanted to push RE4 for a remake. You know. So I have no proof that's why they made a remake, or it's just a cash in or whatever. It could be both reasons, you know. It could be that. It could be also, hey, you know what? People like RE4. Let's remake it. Motives. Well, Miss Faye, do you have any evidence on this motive? Yes, of course. I think. Ha! He's still acting as tame a kitten. Mr. Armando, listen. A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. And that's where Mia got that phrase from, by the way. Smiling on the outside while your guts are twisted in knots is a mark of a pro. They said the jacket for Leon is copyrighted as well. Yeah, maybe so, but I wish you would quit grinning at me like that. Excuse me, may I speak, Mr. Judge? Of course. Mr. Judge is ready anytime you like. I'd like to say something. Some people here are suspicious of me, right? That's why I at least wanted you, Mr. Judge, to know that it's not true. I see, you're such an honest lady. It looks like this witness is a real professional. What do you mean? Look at that 100-watt smile. Just when things are darkest for her, click, she just lights right up. Very well then, let's hear what the witness has to say. Alright. I was out for the country the year before last. Until I entered college, I had never even been to Eagle Mountain before. And I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Holding a grudge and killing the officer was testified 5 years ago. Or kidnapping a poor girl. I just think the defendant is a terrible, horrible monster. Bullshit. Out of the country, precisely. Furthermore, she has no possible motive for committing murder. Indeed. You're up the bat, kitten. Sharpen up those claws and put up your best smile. You bet. Somehow, I have to tie her into this case. A grudge? Well, the policewoman's testimony was crucial, wasn't it? Crucial in getting the defendant sentenced to death. Yes, and that's precisely why he harbors such deep anger against her. So much anger that he forgot his own guilt. My client has always maintained that he's innocent on those charges. He seems rather forgetful, your client, I mean. Not only did he forget about what he did, but he forgot the poor policewoman as well. What do you mean by that? Your client, he forgot what the detective looked like, right? It's too bad for her that he didn't forget about the testimony as well. Well, she's right about that. Mr. Falls is kind of forgetful. Let's press, I almost pressed wait and see. You said he forgot about the detective looked like. What do you mean by that? Well, he couldn't tell who she was without some kind of identification, right? Quite right. That's why the victim was wearing a scarf. Why, if I had been wearing a white scarf that day, then he probably would have tried to kill me. That's true. He clearly is a bitter man. This is bad. Mr. Falls' reputation is just keep getting worse and worse. Sometimes it's best not to poke too deep. What should I keep doing at the last? Let's add it. Your Honor, what the witness said is very important. I'd like it added to the testimony. The prosecution has no objection. After all, the defendant is a killer and the mentally unbalanced one at that. That testimony only helps to prove that point. No, that's not why. Enough, witness, if you would. My pleasure, Mr. Judge. Let's see. It's not white though. Witness, I want you to look at this photo you took. It's hard to see in the photo, but look at the scarf the victim was wearing. Oh, you're talking about that one. The scarf right there, eh? Yes, that's it. That's the scarf the policewoman was wearing. I got her now. Just don't mess up. But that's strange. In your testimony, you stated the following. I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. White. This is the scarf she identified as belonging to the victim. But it certainly doesn't look white to me. Well, it was foggy that day, and it was raining as well. It's not surprising that she mistook it for white. Sorry, but not this time. The witness just confirmed that this was the victim's scarf. Yes, but what's the significance? It's true that the scarf doesn't look white, but there's only one explanation for this mix-up. The reason why the witness thought the scarf was white is... Let's look at the notes. Let's look at the record. Wear white scarf for identification. Taught to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. That's it right there. Witness. Have you seen this before? No. Never. It's top secret evidence. There's no reason that you would have. I wonder about that. What do you mean? This note shows Mr. Falls' instructions to the victim. It says, wear the white scarf. White scarf. Ugh! Witness, you knew what this note said. And it's because you knew that you slipped up and mistaken it for a white scarf. Well, Miss Foster? I'm waiting for an explanation. I'm quite sure this note was leaked to the public. And yet, this witness knew exactly what the note said. At the time of the murder, the numbers of people knew were quite limited. Terry Falls is one. The person who wrote the note, Valerie Hawthorne, is another. And finally, one more person. Did you say one more person? That's right, a person that no one could have suspected. Have you figured it out, kitten? Yep. The third person that knew the contents of the note was... And that person is Dahlia Hawthorne. Dahlia Hawthorne. I never heard of that name before. Look at the victim's name. Oh no. This is what it says. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time. There's her name right there. What's this? So who is this person? Dahlia Hawthorne. Miss Faye must be desperate if she's bringing up the dead back to life. The dead? Dahlia Hawthorne was the victim's deceased younger sister. She was killed in the crime 5 years ago. Killed in the crime. You don't mean... Yes, she was kidnapped and killed by Terry Falls. If only you knew. You said she was killed, but was she really? What are you implying? Of course, people thought she died 5 years ago, when she fell off Dusky Bridge and was lost in the Eagle River. However, her corpse was never found. She was declared legally dead 5 years ago. As far as the law is concerned, Dahlia Hawthorne is officially dead. Is she really? But the fact remains that her body was never recovered. Dahlia Hawthorne was 14 years old 5 years ago. If she was still alive, she would be 19 now. Melissa Foster. I believe that's the same age you are. Dun dun dun! Even you couldn't, Miss Faye. You're not saying. But I am. That's precisely what I'm saying. This witness before us is that girl that was kidnapped and killed 5 years ago. This girl is in fact Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha! Nice work. That was like tossing a grenade in the 3-alarm fire. But unless you could tie all the loose ends together, you're nothing but a hit-and-run arsonist. I understand. If I could expose her true nature, I could turn this whole case on its head. Now's my chance to make Mr. Edgeworth swerve. Witness, just who are you anyways? I didn't think it would come to this. That's enough. You don't have to say any more, witness. Yes, I understand. What? Mr. Edgeworth, explain yourself. Your Honor, I have a mission to make. I honestly never thought the defense would pursue the matter this far. You don't? You don't mean? Yes, the prosecution office isn't filled with fools, you know. Naturally, we conduct full background checks on all our witnesses. What did he say? Ha! It looks like the kid knew. He knew her true identity from the get-go. No way, but then why? If he hadn't revealed her secret, he wasn't going to say anything about it. All he wanted was her testimony, so he made a little trade. Let me introduce you to the victim's younger sister, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. But I thought she died 5 years ago. We thought so as well. But, well, as you can see. Why did she hide her identity for 5 years? That was nothing to do with this current case. She was merely she was an accidental witness to a crime. Accidental, my ass. I don't believe that for a minute. For the last 5 years, she's been playing the role of a victim. And now we find her acting suspicious at the scene of another murder. And many more to come. Really, Miss Faye, I must say, your strategy here is painfully obvious. You're trying to pin your client's crime on an innocent witness in order to win. At any cost. How dare you? Please, let us take a moment to think. 5 years ago, this girl was kidnapped and nearly killed. But even worse than that, 5 years later, Dahlia Hawthorne lost something much more precious. Her big sister. Miss Faye must be insane to even suggest that she would murder her. If you really know Dahlia. But we'll find out about that in the next case. I'm inclined to agree that the prosecutor's logic. Miss Faye, do you have any evidence to back up your assertion? What possible reason would this witness have for killing her beloved sister? Well, you see, I thought I was winning, but somehow he turned it all around on me. Ha! I think you need a little push in the right direction, kitten. The defense is prepared to present evidence supporting our claim. That wasn't me. It was this guy. This crazy coffee addict. You get an objection for that. I think we heard enough empty threats from you, old man. Ha! What makes you think they're empty, boy? Because your protege looks like she was sweating bullets. I am sweating bullets. You think you're in a tough spot, huh? Of course, aren't I? Nah. You just arrive at the moment of truth, that's all. Whether you win or lose, that's up to you. Up to you. The rashness of youth, how charming. This is coming from someone that's younger than you. Now then, let's not waste any more time. Miss Faye. What motives would the witness have for murdering her own sister? Let's see. The story starts after Terry Falls escaped. He called Valerie and told her he wanted to meet. This is where the note she left. It says, talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Valerie Hawthorne gave Dahlia a warning. She told her she was going to reveal the world, the whole truth. The whole truth? There was a dangerous, important secret between Valerie and Dahlia. That's the reason Dahlia felt she had to kill Valerie. To keep her mouth shut permanently. A terrific story, Miss Faye. If you like fiction, that is. Enlighten the court, Miss Faye. What was the secret that was so important? What's your evidence? Dahlia and Valerie Hawthorne and Terry Falls. There's only one important secret that connects them all. Yeah, the diamonds, right? Oh yeah, I know this secret. Your Honor, the defense would like to request further testimony. What testimony? Regarding the kidnapping 5 years ago, we believe it will explain a lot of things, such as the nature of the important secret between the Hawthorne sisters. Oh, she don't like that. Very well, I'll grant your request for the furtherance testimony. I know it'll be painful for you, but can you enlighten us once more, my little maple leaf? Really? Yes, I'll try, Mr. Judge. Put it on the charm one more time, Dahlia. But this will be the last time you hide behind those womanly wiles. Alright, we should be almost over. 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. Okay. He's Canadian. Oh, yes, because the maple leaf, I get it. The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. So I decided to change my identity and start a new life. Sure. The kidnapping left her emotionally scarred. With her sister's help, she left the Hawthorne family and started all over again. And we're to believe after all that she murdered her sister. Preposterous. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Faye? Yes, Your Honor. As you heard, the witness is still traumatized from the kidnapping. I'll ask you again to be extremely gentle with your cross-examination. He's got to jump on me again. Ha! If we're not allowed to fight, then let's twist our arms. Listen up. We've still got that info. That's ace up our sleeves. What info? Come on, kitten. Don't say you've forgotten already. The fact that the kidnapping 5 years ago was staged. That's right, it was a fake kidnapping. Terry Falls told us in the lobby. I'd do anything she said. Yeah, I remember this. Yes, that's it. The fake kidnapping is your best shot, Mia. That's her secret. Ugh. You say that Mr. Falls pushed you into the Eagles River. However, that's hard to believe. But it's true. I felt a push on my back. I'm certain of it. It was Mr. Falls. I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't clear enough. I shouldn't have said that's hard to believe. I should have said that's impossible. Impossible? I asked that the court recalls the conditions of the Dusty Bridge, now and 5 years ago. That bridge hasn't changed one bit in these last 5 years. If someone had pushed you from behind as you have claimed, instead of being carried away by the river, you have been smashed by that bedrock below. Oh yes, a most certain death. Do you understand now, Dahlia Hawthorne? The very notion of my client pushed you from behind is impossible. Your Honor, this event occurred 5 years ago. Why, for all we know, the water level in the river may have been higher back then. But it's 14 feet from the bridge to the river. A small change in the water level wouldn't have made a difference. You're right. If the events occurred just as the witness has testified, then the defendant couldn't have pushed into the witness into the river. Young lady, what is the meaning of this? You see... Just a moment, Your Honor. It's true that the witness testified that the defendant pushed her into the river. However, she never stated she fell back from the bridge. What do you mean? After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. If that's true, she had just fallen into the river. Well, Miss Hawthorne, is this right? Now that you mention it, I do remember now. When I fell off the bridge, my skirt was caught up in one of those bridge side wires. You can't be serious. It seems Miss Faye's assault has been reached to its conclusion. Not now, Mia. This is no time to retreat. Unfortunately for you, this is just the start of Miss Faye's assault. What? I believe your reasoning went something like this, Mr. Edgeworth. After being shot in the arm, it's possible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have just yapped on the side. However, once again, I'm forced to say that's impossible. Ridiculous. What's so impossible about it? Because your flawed logic contradicts the court record. Your Honor, all of the answers are right here in this photo. Take a look at the wires supporting both sides of the bridge. Yeah. They extend up to 5 feet off the ground. It would be impossible to push someone off of there. But let's remember the size and strength of the defendant. Wires like this wouldn't be a problem for him. He could have easily picked up a 14-year-old girl and thrown her over. So young and already so forgetful, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Falls has been shot in one right arm. And more importantly, Valerie Hawthorne has her gun trained on him at point blank. Ugh. So, Mr. Falls throwing the witness off the bridge, that's impossible. What is the meaning of this? Dahlia Hawthorne, you jumped into the Eagle River intentionally. What? What is this? Indeed, what do you mean by this? Yes, this is ridiculous. My sister was there to help me. She had her gun in handcuffs. She should have just saved me. Jumping into the raging river just like that would have been suicide. Perhaps, but still, that's exactly what you did. You were probably confident that you could handle the swift current, but even more so, the witness had a much more compelling reason for jumping into the river. Oh, and what was that? The witness is still alive. The fact alone explains everything. This is why she risked her life by jumping into the rapids of the evil... Yeah, the diamond. 5 years ago, something else disappeared with Dahlia that day. The item that Valerie brought up to the mountain with her, the $2 million diamond. No, it can't be. Yes, Dahlia had it planned from the very beginning. The $2 million she was gonna keep for herself. She forced Mr. Falls to help her fake the kidnapping. At the last minute, she betrayed him and threw him into the river, with the ransom tucked away safely in her backpack. Oh shit. I think she's gonna show her game face. She's gonna show her game face. Your Honor, 5 years ago, the witness was only 14 years old. Do you really think a 14-year-old is capable of such demonic plans? This woman is a demon. And there was one more person who helped her, And there's one more person who helped make a demon out of her. Her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. You mean the victim was involved in the kidnapping as well? But she was a detective then. You're saying that she participated in her sister's kidnapping? Precisely. I'm sure that it was weighed heavily on her conscience for the past 5 years. This is the sole reason behind the victim's murder. What do you mean by that? On the day of the murder, after receiving the phone call from Mr. Falls, Valerie called her sister Dahlia, and then she told her what she was planning to do. She was gonna tell the whole truth, as she wrote in the note. That is what she sealed Valerie Hawthorne's fate. That is what you hatched your demonic plan to kill those two birds with one stone. A plan that would ensure neither of your accomplices to the kidnapping will talk. And that is why you killed your sister, Valerie Hawthorne. Oh boy. Uh-oh, she's gonna show her true face. Who is that, laughing at a time like this? Forgive me, it's just hilarious. Witness, is that you? You amuse me, woman, Miss Mia Fey. Their faces, I know. You can certainly weave an exciting tale. Naturally, you have the evidence to back it up, don't you? Evidence? Evidence that I planned the kidnapping, of course. That at 14 I plotted it with Mr. Falls and my sister. Well, And one more thing. What happened to the $2 million diamond? If you can't provide evidence to at least show that. Well, Miss Fey, I don't know. What a joke, you Miss Fey. Are you stupid or something? How can I prove a fake kidnapping that happened 5 years ago? I don't even have decisive proof of Valerie Hawthorne's murder. Well, it seems that we come to the end. To be honest, the witness behavior does raise certain suspicions. However, I am forced to reject their such. Nah, come on, Judge. Of course you are. Is this it? Is it really over? That girl has just made a fool of me, and there's nothing I could do about it. Ha! Without evidence the trial is over? Who decided that? Mr. Armando. Come on now, kitten. Haven't you figured out that you can make up your own rules? For example, even if there's no evidence, there's still testimony. Testimony? On the day in question, Dahlia murdered her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. She hid her body in the trunk of Mr. Fall's stolen car and then went to meet her. Disguised as her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. That's what we think, right? Yes, that's right. In that case, there's only one answer, right? There's only one person left who can testify about Valerie Hawthorne's murder. Since there's no proof, there's only one thing left to do. Who is the one person? Oh, wait, that's the easy one. Him. Your Honor, the defense wishes to call a new witness. A new witness? Yes, we would like to hear the testimony of Terry Fallis. The defendant? There's only one person that can shed any further light on the situation. Only one person that knows what Dahlia's role in the kidnapping was. Only one person that could say whether the person in the photo is Valerie Hawthorne, or whether it was her younger sister Dahlia. There's only one person who could solve this riddle once and for all, and that person is Terry Falls. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what is your take? Why not? Very well. Bailiff, bring the witness. This is my last chance. My last chance to establish her guilt. You're all I have. Defendant, you heard everything that's been said up to this point, yes? I don't believe it. No way. Dahlia died 5 years ago. Valerie betrayed me. Mr. Falls, I don't know what she said to you 5 years ago, but one thing is clear. Dahlia is very much alive, and you were used for $2 million. That's not true. Mr. Falls, there's only one question I have to answer to. 2 days ago on Dusky Bridge, who did you meet? Was it Valerie or was it Dahlia? Dahlia, did you betray me? 5 years ago, she promised, never ever betray me. Terry, Dahlia, it's true. It's true, you're alive. You don't trust me anymore. That makes me sad. Tell the truth, the real truth. I believed in you. I shouldn't need to say it. You already know. But there's one thing I will say. My life is in your hands right now, Terry. Oh, I hate when she does this. Dahlia. I will allow Mr. Falls to testify once and for all. Well then, Mr. Falls. This will be your final testimony. I'm sorry, I apologize. Water, please, water. Can't talk, need water. Ha, oh well, I guess I'll have to be my coffee instead. At least I'll match the way he's probably feeling right now. Darker and bitterer than hell itself. If I was of the country where a prosecutor screwed up arresting the wrong person in nearly every case, Edgeworth would have been executed 50 times. Yeah, that is true. Hey, Punny, what's up? All right, let's wrap this up. That day, 4 p.m., I stopped the car. I was in front of the bridge. I agree, Punny. Fuck Dahlia. Anyway, Slow wasn't there, so I waited on the bridge. I watched my car from the bridge. I never put no body in that car. Yeah, Diego's cool, man. Finally, one woman came. She stood in front of me. We talked. Then she left. That was Valerie, not my Dahlia. Mr. Falls, you're covering for her. Do you think she will do the same for you? Fuck no. Of course you won't. That's enough, Miss Faye. His last statement was a fitting way to end the final testimony of the trial. Well then, Miss Faye, please proceed with your cross-examination. Is this how you want to end it, Mr. Falls? Another guilty verdict to go along with your death sentence? There's only one person you could stop. Sorry, there's only one person who could stop it. You, kitten, I think. So, when you got to the bridge, no one arrived, huh? So you waited on the bridge. You sure of that? Yeah, I'm sure. You're sure, huh? Well then, I'm sure too, Mr. Falls. I'm sure that you're lying. Huh? Oh, I would love to hear your rationale on this, Miss Faye. You want to know who arrived at the bridge first? Just look at this photo. It's perfectly clear. Obviously, the person that came first will be the one that at the end of the bridge, right? But that's the victim at the end of the bridge. Precisely my point. In other words, Mr. Falls, you must have arrived at the bridge after she did. Mr. Falls, please don't get so worked up. We just want the truth. I got there around 4 o'clock. It's true. I had somewhere to go, a special place. Did you go to the special place before you went to the bridge? Yeah, it's an old temple around 15 minutes from the bridge. 5 years ago, me and Dahlia, we promised each other. We swore we wouldn't betray each other. Sorry. She brought a memento to represent our love. A memento. 5 years ago, I hid it under the base of a tree there. Oh, this is gonna come back. This memento. It's a special memory for me. This is it. This is what I went to get. This little bottle of necklace of this is your memento. It's quite charming, but it looks empty. Your Honor, you heard what my client said. He arrived at the scene at 4 o'clock, but he then left his car unattended and walked away. He was gone for approximately 30 minutes. With that much time, Dahlia Hawthorne could have just easily hidden the body in the trunk of the car. Indeed, that would be enough time. I still got a chance. Mr. Falls, there's no mistaking it. Huh? Mr. Falls? That's enough. Please. Witness. I promised her 5 years ago, if it ever happens that we can't trust each other no more, then we're supposed to drink bottle. Ugh. No! Stop the trial! Your Honor, we need recess. I was stupid, couldn't keep promise, so I did it. I drank this. No, we're so close, just a little more. I was gonna prove your innocence. No, don't want that. Don't trust self. Maybe kill again. Kill sweet Dahlia again. Fuck Dahlia. Mr. Falls! Mr. Armando. Thanks for the coffee. Mr. Falls! Yeah, he's dead. And so my first trial ended, suddenly and tragically. It ended with no winners, only losers. I ended up with a wound that cut so deep into my soul. I thought it'd never heal. I'm sure it was the same for the young prosecutor as well. But one person, the true criminal, Dahlia Hawthorne, she left the courtroom with a secret smile on her demonic, sweet face. Unforgivable. That witch. You mean bitch, right? Mr. Armando. We were so close to the truth. It was right there in front of us. You were just a little too soft, kitten. It's my fault? It's all my fault. Mr. Falls killed himself. Don't cry, kitten. You're going to make my coffee all salty. I knew it. I knew I wasn't cut for this. Mia. Mr. Baka Baka. Oh, the song played, by the way. Don't you get it? You can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer could cry is when it's all over. Mr. Armando. No matter how tough the case is, no matter how bitter the memories, they always fade over time. Then you file them away and eventually forget them. One year later, in this very same courthouse, I myself got wrapped up in that case. Yep, and this is where we started in the prelude, in the prologue in the beginning of this game. Only after that did Dahlia Hawthorne get put on trial for her crimes. The verdict that was ultimately handed down to her was guilty, of course. Naturally, when the verdict was read, she had a perfect angelic smile on her face. It was finally all over. At least that's what I thought at the time. Unfortunately, I couldn't have been more wrong. It's been 5 years, but now something has happened that's made me remember all this. The end. Episode 5. I think this is going to be the last one. I'll save that for another day. Turnabout begins. Bridge to turnabouts. Yeah, that's going to be the last one right there. I'm going to stop here. Estimately, I think I'll finish this game maybe between... I'm not going to stream that long tomorrow. So I'll probably, most likely, maybe Monday. Monday I might finish this game. But yeah, this is the final trial. I think this is one of the best trials in this game, in this trilogy. But boy, it's going to be long. So if I don't finish it Monday... Yes, I agree, Punny. It's the most epic case. Yeah, if I don't finish it Monday, for sure Wednesday. I should have enough time to finish it by Wednesday. Because I'm not going to stream Tuesday. But yeah. For sure, either Monday or Wednesday, I'll wrap up the whole case and everything. But it's going to be a long case. Let me make sure I save. But yeah, this was a good run for the whole trilogy. I never even expected to finish the whole thing so soon. In fact, I was scheduled to stream this trilogy in the beginning of March. But because we finished our streams, our theme anime streams on February so early, I already had a head start. Once I'm done with the trilogy, by the way, I need to charge my controller. I will do the Grace Ace Attorney. And that's 2 games, I believe. So, yeah, we could do that. Let me go stretch. Let me see if anyone's streaming. I could go rate them. You guys could go see, get a little preview of what's the case, what the final case is. I'm sure it scarred Mr. Edgeworth as he continued behaving the way he always did, right? But what I will say about most of these cases, I love how they all come in full circle. Like, it wasn't just like one thing. It's like, no, everything had a reason. Like the death of Mia, Phoenix Wright's first case, Mia's first case. Everything had a purpose. So I think these cases and everything, they were perfectly crafted. I played a little bit of Apollo Justice on the 3DS. I know it's a DS game, but still, I played a little bit of it. But I from what I experienced, I like it. I didn't play the other games. I do have them, but I haven't played much of it yet. But that's my opinion so far on the 3 main games so far. I see Miso stream. I could go Raider. Yeah, I'm just letting the cutscene ride out and then I'll wrap up since I already saved. Alright, we should be good here. Alright. Let me go raid Miso. I want to thank everybody for stopping by. I probably will stream around, maybe around 5 Eastern tomorrow. But it'll probably be a short stream, but for sure Monday I will continue. Alright guys, see you later.